The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 20th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marcus J. Molinaro to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. And with that, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority is once again choosing to engage in a partisan, unproductive, and unserious messaging exercise that they have dubbed Energy Week. In 2023, the United States produced more oil and gas than any other country ever, and exported unprecedented amounts of liquefied natural gas to our allies across the world. Simultaneously, 2023 was a record year for combined utility-scale solar, wind, and energy storage installations across the country. These clean energy projects can be found in nearly all congressional districts in all 50 states. My friends on the other side of the aisle claim to be champions of an all-of-the-above energy strategy, but they're completely silent about these massive accomplishments that are not only driving significant investments to areas across the country, but are producing cheap, clean American energy. This is probably because so many of these wins were made possible by the historic bills that House Democrats passed last Congress, like the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I was proud to include in those bills several of my priorities, including combating methane emissions and encouraging the development of transmission infrastructure by ensuring the federal government has the tools it needs to step in and stop excessive permitting delays. However, the laws we passed last Congress will not be enough. We are facing extraordinary growth in energy demand from electric vehicles, AI, data centers, and the reshoring of domestic manufacturing, again, thanks to the efforts and leadership of President Biden and his administration. But we are lagging far behind China, which is dwarfing us in manufacturing, construction of clean energy resources, and the extraction and refining of critical minerals like nickel and cobalt. We need an unprecedented level of clean energy development and deployment to meet our climate goals and avoid catastrophe. If the majority is interested in talking about a long-term energy strategy to maintain affordability and reliability, we need finally to talk about transmission and the grid. And we also need to work on speed. We will still fail if we let all the money we've set aside sit in the bank by making good energy projects wait years for permits to come through, and further delays if bad actors and nervous neighbors take them to the court again and again. It's extremely frustrating that during Energy Week, we are actually taking the time to vote on whether strong regulations on methane emissions are even necessary, or whether oil and gas producers should cover the costs of unplugged or abandoned wells. Are you kidding me? Of course we need to regulate methane, and of course oil and gas companies should pay to clean up for the messes that they made. How can Republicans say they support clean American energy while simultaneously fighting against common sense regulations on methane and not even engaging in how to expand and upgrade the grid? The bills we're considering this week take us farther away from the solutions to the problems we're facing, and I am proud to oppose every single one of them. Our country prides itself on accomplishing big things together, whether it's winning world wars, constructing an interstate highway system, or discovering the next big medical breakthrough. We should be voting on My FASTER Act, so transmission lines aren't stuck jumping between local, state, and federal agencies for the permits they need. We need to thoughtfully streamline the judicial review process for all energy projects so that developers, agencies, and petitioners aren't in limbo for years. We need certainty, not an unreliable and inefficient review process. And everything I said about that today can and should be bipartisan. So I will say to my Republican colleagues, let's look beyond just oil and gas, truly invest in all of the above energy strategy that looks to the future instead of clinging on to the past. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of Gaston County's leading citizens on the occasion of his passing. He's also the individual who succeeded me in the State House when I was elected to Congress in 2004. But I'm here to rise in honor of the life and legacy of the Honorable Bill Current. In so many ways, his service in the State House was counterintuitive. You see, Dr. Current was already a leading Republican stalwart in Gaston County dating back to the 1960s. He had served 2 terms as the county GOP chairman and was instrumental in helping the Republican Party achieve dominance in our part of the state. In 1976, when Ronald Reagan was running for president, he drove him around Gaston County and helped him win that great primary victory in that year in North Carolina. But politics was only a fraction of Bill Current's prolific and incredible life. After his graduation from dental school at the University of North Carolina, Bill married the love of his life, Liz, and joined the Navy Dental Corps. After his service, Bill and Liz returned to Gaston County and began a 40-year career in dentistry. In fact, dentistry became the family business. He was joined by his brother, AC, nephew, Daryl, and his son, Will, who still carries on that wonderful tradition today. Dr. Current was a leader in the dental community in the state of North Carolina, serving on more boards and task forces than I can mention. He was also a great civic leader as well. The Red Cross, Heart Association, the First Presbyterian Church, 27 years of perfect attendance at Rotary. I could go on and on. He did it all. It would be fair to assume that in his 70s, he would be ready to slow down and enjoy his retirement. But that wasn't Bill Current. That's instead when he ran for office and served 4 terms in the State House, where he led on health care issues. So to the Current family, to Bill and Liz's children and grandchildren, and the extended family, I extend my condolences and gratitude for having known such a remarkable man. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Leroy Lael. Mr. Speaker, Catawba County and all of North Carolina recently lost a legend with the passing of Leroy Lael, legend in the business community and the civic community of Catawba County in North Carolina. I was honored to count Leroy as a mentor during my service in Congress. Leroy was a native of Catawba County. Leroy is a native of Catawba County, a Navy officer and a graduate of his beloved University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. It was his time in the business world that he made his greatest impact. In the 1960s, Leroy and his wife Lynn opened the Hickory Furniture Mart, building an economic engine for the region. This in turn led to his involvement in the tourism and hospitality sectors, growing the family business substantially. Leroy later was a driving force behind the creation of the Hickory Metro Convention Center. Education was also a cause near and dear to Leroy's heart. He spent 13 years on the Board of Governors of the University of North Carolina system. In fact, it was through Leroy's persistence that Appalachian State University established a campus in Hickory just last year. To his beloved wife, Lynn, the entire Lael family, I extend my condolences and gratitude to all of Leroy's contributions. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to advise and extend my remarks. Time is wasting. Time is running out. We are sleeping while Ukraine is burning, the victim of an international criminal. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, as I have too many times before, just 72 hours before members return to their districts for weeks despite failing to secure aid for our allies in Ukraine and Israel. The men and women of Ukraine on the front lines will not sleep for those 2 weeks. This past weekend, Vladimir Putin reminded the world that he isn't going anywhere. He celebrated victory, in quotes, in Russia's presidential election, imposing his power until at least 2030. Mr. Speaker, Putin knew that there was only one possible outcome of that election. He would like the world to think the Russian victory in Ukraine is inevitable as well. Every day, however, Mr. Speaker, the brave men and women of Ukraine prove him wrong. Our NATO allies who continue to supply Ukraine with vital military assistance prove him wrong. Now, this House, this week, in the next 72 hours, needs to stand up and give Ukraine the aid they desperately need. We must reject aggression and terror. For 447 days, we have signaled reluctance over resolve, doubt over determination, and division over decisiveness. We have emboldened freedom's enemies while leaving its protectors defenseless. How sad for America to be in that position. How sad for the leadership of this House to leave us in that position. We have failed to aid Ukraine in 447 days and Israel in 165. 2 weeks back in our districts may feel short for us, but that will be a very long time for our Ukrainian friends. They've already must contend with the consequences of our inaction. Thus far, Ukrainian air defenses have tried to shoot down 4 of every 5 Russian missiles fired at their cities. Hear that? 4 out of every 5. Now, because of our negligence, because of our reluctance, ammunition shortages, they will soon be able to target only 1 in every 5. In Bakhmut, a Ukrainian artillery squad explained that they're only shooting an average of 15 shells a week. My colleagues, 15 shells a week to confront the Russian bear. Before America aid dried up, they were shooting 400 shells per week. One Ukrainian soldier shivering in his foxhole on the northern front line recently said that because of these shortages, we are losing so many people. There are so many bodies, we can't even bring them back. How demoralizing is the inaction of this Congress? How irresponsible is the lack of action of this Congress? To watch the Russian invader receive aid from North Korea, Iran, China, and the rest of the axis of evil while we fail to act. Have we lost our courage, our commitment to freedom? A Russian invader who massacres civilians in Bucha, a dictator whose greatest political opponent is found dead in a Russian gulag, a tyrant who forces occupied Ukrainians to vote at gunpoint in an election with but one choice: Vladimir Putin. Putin wants this House to think his victory is inevitable because he knows that his victory is impossible if America stands with Ukraine. So let us stand with Ukraine. Not in 2 weeks, but today. Let us stand with Israel in its effort to defeat Hamas and recover the 134 remaining hostages in Gaza. Speaker Johnson says he is looking for a path forward to work with the Democrats on Ukraine and Israel. Take it today. We will work with you in that path. Mr. Speaker, the path has been clear for quite some time. Over 300 members of this body have
Gentleman's time has expired.
Voted to aid Ukraine.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Skyle. The gentleman's time has expired. I'm grateful for my colleague addressing his comments to the chair. The chair now recognizes Mr. Skyle from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of an amazing teacher, Sam Loiza. Born in Kenosha, Sam taught at Janesville Craig High School in my hometown for over 3 decades. Over his career, he taught thousands of students. I was lucky enough to be in his government class my junior year. As a teacher, he taught about the institutions that make our country so great. He provided all of us an appreciation for the United States of America. He also provided an understanding that we're always working to form a more perfect union. Sam left a mark on everyone he met. In addition to being a teacher, he was a talented photographer and sports enthusiast. Most importantly, he was a loving husband, father, grandfather, and a friend to many in my hometown of Janesville. After he retired teaching, he dove into photography. He was a constant presence in the community, always working hard to capture the moment. While Sam may no longer be with us, his legacy lives on in Janesville and the countless lives that he touched. I'm proud that I have memories of Sam that I have captured. On behalf of the class of 1999 from Craig High School and on behalf of the thousands that he touched, we miss you, Sam. Mr. Speaker, grandparents are a window to the past and teach us where we came from. They're also a window to the future and who we will become. My grandma style has been that for all of us, an inspiration and a guide. In Wisconsin, there are those whose grandparents retired to warmer climates, but my grandma's style has called Wisconsin home for 100 years. She never minds the cold, below zero in wind, a fine day for a walk. Maybe her strength came from growing up on a farm outside of Darlington, Wisconsin in the Great Depression. After graduation and after World War II, she would marry her junior high school prom date, George Style. As a mother of 4, a grandmother of 10, a great-grandmother of another 10, she's a constant and loving presence, an example to all of us of how to live a meaningful life. What makes my grandmother so special, so wonderful? She's an ever-present inspiration of how to live a life of faith and service to others. Whether it was serving as president of the Janesville Catholic Women's Club in 1954, or as I still marvel, waking up at 4:30 in the morning in 2014 to prepare breakfast at the homeless shelter in Janesville, she provides us a guide on how to give to others in our community. Grandma, thank you. You're a constant reminder of what it means to live a loving and meaningful life. We're profoundly grateful to be a part of your life. So on this, your 100th birthday, I say to you, Grandma, happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during this month, Women's History Month, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today to honor a woman who has made history and is making history, the Honorable Marcia Fudge, the 18th Secretary of HUD, former United States female Black American member of Congress, a lawyer, a prosecutor, and the very first female and Black person to be mayor of Warrensville Heights, Ohio. She held as the 21st national president of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. She is a sojourner. She is a colleague, an advisor, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, a trusted friend. Fudge never sat down and waited for an opportunity. She made opportunities. And Mr. Speaker, I know that firsthand. I have known Marcia Fudge for decades, prior to coming to the United States Congress. As a matter of fact, when I was a senior vice president at The Ohio State University, then Congresswoman Marcia Fudge, invited me to sit in the gallery as again she made history. It was Congresswoman Marcia Fudge who honored the state of Ohio and my leadership for making Ohio the first month to honor Rosa Parks and what she did on that December 1st day. And Marcia Fudge entered it into the congressional records from this very spot. Another history for the great state of Ohio. And a few years later, there I was, a candidate for the United States Congress. And again, it was then Congresswoman Marcia Fudge who stood by my side and elevated me to have the confidence and the assurance that I too, one day, would stand on this House floor. And then as a freshman, she entrusted with me to be the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's annual legislative conference. Never in the history of the CBC had a freshman been appointed some 40 days after being elected to chair such a massive event. But that's what Congresswoman Marcia Fudge did. She elevated people. She worked with people. She went out and mentored young students so they would know that they too could have opportunities. It was no surprise to us that she became the 7th Black woman to chair the Congressional Black Caucus and the 21st national president of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. It was no surprise when the president tapped her to be the 18th United States HUD secretary. And when she walked into that White House, she brought with her a whole village because she understood the depth and the importance of what it would mean to be United States HUD secretary. Marcia Fudge's tireless efforts have not only helped families keep their homes, but she has also made the American dream of home ownership a reality for countless individuals, including returning citizens. Through her advocacy, she has opened doors of housing and business opportunities for Black and brown communities, championing equity every step of the way. Her stand against racial bias in the appraisal market is a testament to her commitment to justice and fairness. Marcia Fudge's impact on housing and racial equity will resonate for generations to come. Ohioans know her as a leader, a fighter, an advocate for justice.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
We know her here as Congresswoman Secretary Marcia Fudge. Good luck on your journey, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the Plano East Panthers basketball team for their perfect season, going 40-0 and capturing the program's first ever Division 6A state championship. This was the Panthers' first state title in any team sport. The Panthers, led by head coach Matt Wester, became the first men's basketball team to go unbeaten in 6A, the highest level, amassing 40 wins by an average 22.7-point differential across the season. Each of East's 7 playoff wins came by double figures, amassing an average margin of victory by 23.4 points. In the state championship game, the Panthers only gave up 41 points, which ranks as the 8th fewest points the team surrendered all season. As the top-ranked Texas team and number 3 team in most national polls, the Panthers claimed the first state championship in state history, led by DJ Hall's 18 points and 6 rebounds. Hall was named the conference final most valuable player. In addition, Richard Angton added 13 points and Jordan Mizell pitched in 8 points and 8 rebounds. Through their display of teamwork and dedication, the Panthers made both the city of Plano and the state of Texas proud. It will be exciting to watch you guys next year and see if you can run it back. Congratulations to the Panthers on a remarkable season. You were perfect. Madam Speaker, it is with great honor I rise today to recognize Sergeant Nicholas B. Lovegren of the Fairview Police Department as he retires after 20 years of dedicated service in law enforcement. Sergeant Lovegren's steadfast dedication to serving and assisting those in need has been a constant motivation throughout his career. His deep understanding of the noble responsibility entrusted to him as a guardian of the community was always evident. Sergeant Lovegren exemplified his commitment to protecting the community during the May 6, 2023 mass shooting at the Allen Premium Outlets, displaying exceptional bravery and professionalism in the face of intense adversity. His passion for his profession was recognized not only by his colleagues, but also by the community he served, as evidenced by commendations and accolades throughout his tenure. Beyond the call of duty, Sergeant Lovegren is active in various outreach programs in the community and is a devoted family man to his wife, Lindsay, and their 3 children, Alice, Hunter, and Libby. As he embarks on this new chapter of his life, I commend Sergeant Lovegren for his outstanding contributions to law enforcement and the community, and I want to extend my congratulations and best wishes for a well-deserved retirement. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm here this morning on the occasion of the 24th Annual Bike Summit to celebrate the bicycle. It was an honor to kick off the annual bicycle ride through the Capitol this morning with several hundred enthusiasts. We had a lot to celebrate. The infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, has unleashed unprecedented investments. We have $1 billion a year for the Safe Streets for All Act. We have already a $1.7 billion committed. There are over 1,000 communities that are dealing with plans for their bicycle network. You know, there's a lot of dissension here on Capitol Hill. You may have noticed it's hard sometimes for people to agree. But we're celebrating bike partisanship. The bicycle brings people together to be able to burn calories instead of fossil fuel. It's the most efficient form of transportation ever designed. There are exciting programs internationally. The World Bicycle Relief Program has distributed 750,000 bicycles to developing countries. A health professional in sub-Saharan Africa with a bicycle can see 3 times as many patients and do so more safely. We have opportunities in terms of being able to extend the range of activities for our children. Legislation I've been working on for years in terms of the Safe Routes to School program has been extended to include high schools now. I started the week watching a grade school bike bus with young people surrounded by a rope, moving as a bus on their way to biking. The bicycle helps eliminate the congestion around our schools in the morning, and it gives young people a sense of freedom while it encourages their health. During the pandemic, people turned to the bicycle for recreation in a way that was safe and extended their recreational experience. Bicycle tourism is having a profound effect in rural and small town America as people discover the joy of looking at the countryside at 10 miles an hour instead of 70. It's also good for the economy because people on bicycles tend to actually spend more than people who are racing through neighborhoods. This notion of burning calories instead of fossil fuel, I think, is profound. We're working to extend activities for e-bikes. Part of our legislation has more e-bike charging stations. And the e-bike makes any bicycle commuter into a regular, effective commuter, extending their range. It's contributed here on Capitol Hill. When I first came, there were a few of us that were biking. You'd see an occasional bike messenger. But now we're looking at massive investments even in our nation's capital. One of the things I'm most proud of is bicycle lanes in the center of perhaps America's most iconic street, Pennsylvania Avenue. There's a whole range of investments that have been made in our nation's capital to make it more livable. So I urge my colleagues to greet these bicycle warriors, welcome them to Capitol Hill, learn about the opportunities in this new legislation, and then work with them to implement it in their relationships. After all, the bicycle is the indicator species of livable communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House of Medicine is crumbling down. I've been a physician now for 35 years, and I spent 10 years prior to that training to become a surgeon. However, the House of Medicine is in crisis. Since the pandemic, medicine of truly objective science has become political. It's become a field of activism, not advocacy. Believe the science and then don't trust the science. The record of pre-authorizations now facing physicians and surgeons leads to poor patient care, burnout, early retirement, and massive administrative costs. Insurance companies are raking in record profits for their CEOs and shareholders by denying patients critical medicine or procedures and then not paying the doctors or hospitals, the ones who actually deliver the care. The cost of medications is skyrocketing. One primary reason is something called PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers, that most people don't know anything about. These things are extortion artists driven by insurance companies to steal money from pharmaceutical companies and, most importantly, patients. Madam Speaker, every other commercial seen on television, this is a pet peeve of mine, is direct-to-consumer advertising. We're only one of 2 countries in the world, New Zealand being the other one, that allows this. I have never once in my 35 years in medicine ever prescribed a medicine that was because somebody advertised it on television. Then now we have hospital closures in every district because we are restricting access to care because Medicare and Medicaid do not pay the bills. Yet we have Democrats screaming Medicare for all that absolutely would lower the standard of medicine. The ACA, Obamacare, its express purpose is to drive private practice out of business for us all to be under one government payer system. What's happening? We're now employing more and more doctors and delivering a lower standard of care. These folks, good people, are now really now have more ownership to a clock than their patient. We no longer have the work ethic that's seen in doctors as was seen before. It's 5 o'clock. It's time to leave. There's an absolute loss of patient ownership. You know, when I was seeing patients full-time, if a physician called me to see a patient, my answer was, do you want me to see them today or tomorrow? It was not, send them to the emergency room. Now it takes a year. I tried to get an appointment with a dermatologist for a patient. A year because of the severe doctor shortage. It's estimated that 40 to 120,000 more doctors are needed in a decade.
Sadly enough, our medical schools, while they're increasing in numbers, are failing in the doctors that they produce. We have now more identity politics in medical schools than excellence in care. Activism in so many schools now is the oath. DEI is the oath to get into medical school. This needs to stop. It's now been shown that 63% of medical students now in medical school do not plan on practicing clinical medicine. There are medical students who come, take up a slot, and rarely practice. Why are medical schools allowing these individuals to get in? There are increasing number of fellowships after residency programs because we have work hour limitation and the students are just not well trained to come out and practice. Burnout is at record high, sadly, amongst physicians. I can understand that in a physician who's practiced 60 till they're 65 or 70, but now we have millennials coming out of medical school that now have high burnout rates. The AAMC, American Association of Medical Colleges and Universities, is more concentrated on activism than excellence. Now, with doctors being cut, pay yet again. What do Senate Democrats and House Democrats want to do in the time of a critical doctor shortage? Cut physician pay yet again. 26% cut over the last 20 years. If you buy hammers for a store, how can you sell them at 40 cents and expect to stay in business? I ran a surgical practice for many, many years. I knew where every paper clip went. You can't stay in business. We want to drive physicians out of private practice and into physician and employment. You can't do this to medicine. Why has physician pay become a partisan issue? Now we're destroying the trust in the patient-doctor relationship. Physicians are leaving because they can't get paid. Physician burnout. Madam Speaker, the House of Medicine is in crisis. I'll yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on a solemn occasion. A decade ago this week, Washington State confronted one of the worst natural disasters in its history. On the morning of March 22nd, a hillside near the communities of Oso and Darrington collapsed, creating a devastating landslide that killed 43 people in just seconds. It was and still remains the single deadliest landslide in U.S. history. Karen Psanka lost 6 members of her family, including her daughter Katie and grandsons Wyatt and Hunter. 3 generations of her family were wiped out in less than 2 minutes, along with so many others. In the aftermath of this landslide, I authored the National Landslide Preparedness Act, which was signed into law in 2021. It has been a vital resource for communities to better identify, plan for, and respond to landslides in the years since. The law expands early warning systems, improves mapping technology, and provides states with grants to improve preparedness. The landslide law expires in a few months. I recently introduced bipartisan legislation with Congresswoman Schreier and Gluesenkamp-Perez and Senators Cantwell and Murkowski to keep these programs going. This law passed with strong bipartisan support last time. We must do this again to ensure that the next natural disaster does not become the next national tragedy. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Carter, for 5 minutes. Two and a half.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Benny Hawkins for being named the 17th Annual PGA Tour Georgia Section Junior Tour Player of the Year. The PGA Tour includes the greatest professional golfers of all time, and the Junior League showcases the golfers of tomorrow. Winning the 11 to 13 age division, Benny is well on his way to becoming an exceptional golfer. This outstanding program helps to develop and equip young golfers ages 11 to 18 for success in collegiate programs and beyond. Opportunities such as these are incredibly important for molding well-rounded students like Benny. His success and commitment serve as an example to our younger generation. I look forward to seeing what the future holds for this talented young golfer. Congratulations, Benny. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my friend, Representative Penny Houston, on her well-earned retirement. Elected in 1997, Representative Houston has faithfully served Nashville, Georgia as a state representative for 26 years. Representative Houston has been appointed to an extensive list of special committees where she has helped to ensure quality health care, agricultural prosperity, and a strong economy in her region of rural Georgia. Additionally, she currently serves as the chairman of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Economic Development. An active member of Nashville United Methodist Church, Nashville Women's Club, Georgia Sheriff's Youth Homes, and more, Representative Houston exemplifies what it means to be a public servant and to represent your community faithfully. Ready to spend more time enjoying her family, which includes 3 children and 6 grandchildren, Representative Houston has decided not to run for re-election. Yet, even in retirement, she plans to find new ways to serve her community. Please join me in congratulating my friend and my former colleague, Representative Houston, on her upcoming retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ms. Carol Bell for being honored as Woman of the Year by the group United Way of the Coastal Empire. Born in Selma, North Carolina, Carol Evelyn Hodges Bell received an MPA from the University of Georgia, along with a BS in mathematics and a master's in divinity and Christian education from Shaw University. Ms. Bell's life of service began in 1976 when she was elected as the first African-American female manager for the city of Savannah. Ms. Bell has held many other leadership roles, serving Savannah as well, such as being on the Governor's Children and Youth Coordinating Council, UNCF's Telethon, and Gamma Sigma Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Moreover, she has served as Mayor Pro Tem and Alderperson at large on the City Council. Presently, Ms. Bell serves as an Alderperson at large, Post 1 for the City of Savannah. Carol is a true public servant, someone who is very deserving of this award. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Frank Vanderlyn, who passed away at the age of 99. Frank was a part of the greatest generation. He grew up during the Great Depression and graduated from Scott High School in 1943. After graduation, he enlisted in the United States Navy, where he served on Liberty ships as a gunner, and he fought in the Allied invasion of Normandy and in the Pacific. His achievements earned him the rank of third-class petty officer, and after the war, he went on to earn a bachelor's degree in forestry from West Virginia University, followed by his master's degree from Duke University. In 1950, Frank married Mona Kathleen Lynch and moved to Brunswick, Georgia, in Glenn County. Frank managed the nursery and genetics program at Brunswick's Pulp and Paper as a senior research forester until retiring in 1989. After retiring, Frank went on to serve his community. He was an elder at the First Presbyterian Church, chairman of the City Park and Tree Commission, and a member of the Manna House. Frank will be remembered as a true patriot who served his country and his community well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
So ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to underscore the pressing need to protect Americans from rampant forms of online sexual harassment. With the widespread adoption of social media, dating apps, and other technologies, we are seeing a concerning rise in inappropriate online behavior that protects users, including our own children. For too long, Congress has failed to pass legislation that keeps up with the rapidly evolving digital landscape and the new challenges posed by these developments. In particular, users, both men and women and children, are facing concerningly high rates of cyberflashing. Cyberflashing can include transferal of sexually explicit images, videos, and pictures without consent via social media, messaging apps, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and even AirDrop. The rise in cyberflashing affects everyone, including everyday users, celebrities, and children. Over half of the women between the ages of 18 and 29 has received an explicit image they never asked for. And overall, 32% of women and 30% of men have received unsolicited explicit images. Celebrities, including Keke Palmer and Chrishell Stause, have also dealt with cyberflashing. And most concerningly, cyberflashing is impacting our children, with a recent study estimating that 76% of girls aged 12 to 18 years old have been exposed to unsolicited nude images. These issues are further exacerbated by the development of artificial intelligence and machine learning, which is giving rise to unregulated deepfakes, personal image hacking, and more. The Stanford Internet Observatory and Thorne found that AI technologies exacerbate online sexual exploitation and contribute to the creation of child sexual abuse material. As a mother of 2 children, I am fighting to address these issues and protect users from unwanted, non-consensual, and inappropriate sexual behavior. Because if someone flashed you on the street, they'd be arrested. But if they flash you through your phone, nothing happens. Thanks to my work as a state legislator, it is illegal to send unsolicited nude photos in Virginia as of January 1st, 2022. Now in Congress, I'm continuing those efforts to make it illegal nationwide, introducing the Curbing Online Non-Consensual Sexually Explicit Nude Transfers Act, or the Consent Act. I'm proud that this is a bipartisan, bicameral bill with Congressman Nathaniel Moran of Texas and Senators Brian Schatz of Hawaii and Steve Daines of Montana. The Consent Act ensures a private right of action against individuals who knowingly send unsolicited, non-consensual, sexually explicit visual images, whether they are unaltered or manipulated by machine learning or AI. It allows an individual to obtain either statutory damages of up to $500 or compensatory damages for emotional distress, reimbursement for reasonable attorney fees, and a temporary restraining order to cease receiving sexually explicit images from the sender. This legislation also safeguards the privacy of minors by empowering legal guardians to bring a civil action on their behalf and elect to use the plaintiff's initials in all further court proceedings. I am grateful that the Consent Act enjoys a wide coalition of support. This bipartisan legislation is endorsed by the dating app Bumble, the National District Attorneys Association, the National Organization of Women, the Virginia National Chapter of the National Organization of Women, the National Political Women's Caucus, and the Richmond YWCA. The Consent Act will address the privacy and safety concerns of users and help ensure individuals have legal recourse against these troubling situations. I look forward to advocating for this legislation this Congress and urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it and protect America's online users and our children from cyber flashing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Well, I've spoken often here about California's water situation and how that directly relates to agriculture and why is California agriculture important to the whole country. There's many, many crops California grows. It's between 90 and 100% of them come from California that U.S. consumers use and enjoy. If they're not grown in California, they're going to have to come from some other country because they're not really found in other parts of this country. So do we want to be an importer of even more things that we depend on? We're already dependent enough on China and others for 90% of our pharmaceuticals. We're becoming more and more dependent on foreign energy, foreign oil and gas. Why? Why are we doing this? But I'll narrow it back down to the water situation. So last year we had near record rainfall and snowpack. Hadn't been better in many, many decades, and we were blessed by that. This year's a pretty good water and snowpack here as well. But at the same time that that's happening, they're releasing water out to the ocean and telling certain water districts in the San Joaquin Valley, you're only going to get 15% of your allocation. 15%. Imagine having any kind of business saying, yeah, you only get 15% of your inputs to operate at the same time when there's plentiful water. Now, in Northern California, where my district is, we have Lake Shasta and Lake Oroville, and today is March 20th. We're getting to the end of the winter precipitation season, and they're still dumping water over the spillways at these facilities. This at a time when Lake Shasta still has 600,000 acre-feet of space. Lake Oroville has 500,000 acre-feet of space. For those that don't know, an acre-foot is enough to sustain about 2 households for a year, or about 3 acres of crops. That's a lot of water that's being just flat lost, I think, due to short-sightedness on planning what the flood season would look like. And indeed, in many cases, they're still using 50-year-old manuals to dictate how they should manage the lake for flood control. I get that. We need to have that aspect. You save the top percentage of the lake for unplanned water influxes due to a heavy rain or a massive snow melt. But as we get closer and closer to this April 1 deadline, or we get to the spring season, they still have wide gaps of available space of water at the top of Shasta and Oroville and other reservoirs around the state. And do we really expect we're going to get this massive influx of rain and snow that's going to top those off? Because time and again, they overdump and underplan, and therefore these lake levels are not topped off at 100%. And that should be, to me, the goal every year. Yes, flood control, and obviously have the water for the uses that we want up and down the state. But if you're not topping off every lake at 100% at one point in the off-season, then you left water on the table. And you say, like, well, we got within 5%, you know, that ain't bad, right? Well, 5% of a combined 8 million acre-feet on just those 2 lakes I mentioned, that's 400,000 acre-feet. That's enough to do one heck of a lot of crops that's being left on the table, especially when you're telling people down the valley you're only going to get 15% of what used to be your normal allocation. And so why is it government cannot plan with our assets, with our resources, better than that? Why are we using 50-year-old manuals to tell people, like, well, you might have to be curtailed to, and they're actually moving forward with this, 42 gallons per day per person in your households. They're not just, ripping agriculture. It's going to be a dictation to people in their households in the urban areas. And so I'm really greatly concerned that not enough people are paying attention to this, because if urban users, in-town users, find out you only get 42 gallons per day, and it's surprising how many gallons per person is used when you do, bathing and laundry, and, yes, you can wash your car, yes, you can have a yard. They're trying to dictate you can't have those things either. All because we're not managing the water supply. We aren't short of water. We're just short of an imagination on how to properly manage it. And yes, store more. We have opportunities to build Sites Reservoir, which has been hanging out there for decades. And fortunately, we were able to get another $200 million for planning and moving the ball forward on building Sites Reservoir, which would hold 1.5 million acre-feet. If we had that reservoir already, even in dry years, we'd be saving water. We would have probably over 1 million acre-feet in it right now, this year. 1 million acre-feet that could be usable for something. Environmental water, ag water, urban water. People aren't used to being cut down to 42 gallons per person in a household. They're used to a number more like maybe 100 a day. And so imagine what that's going to be like when folks are trying to do their normal business, say, well, because we can't plan in government, we can't manage our supply, we can't manage to store more, we're just going to make everybody conserve, which nothing wrong with conservation, but you can't conserve what you don't have.
Gentleman's time's expired.
So we have to count on record rainfall we have to count on 125% every year. And we can't do that every year. We have to plan, and we can. We don't have to be short-sighted. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes. Sorry about that.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because America has a gun problem. Every week, my constituents wake up to news of another shooting, another life cut short, another family torn apart. Doing nothing about this crisis is not an option. Year after year, the United States leads the developed world in gun deaths, but lags far behind in meaningful policy solutions. When I first came to Washington, I published the 2014 Kelly Report on Gun Violence in America. This first-of-its-kind report framed gun violence as a public health crisis and offered solutions that truly matched the scale of the epidemic. Unfortunately, 10 years later, gun violence still claims tens of thousands of lives every year. Since 2014, guns have become the #1 cause of death for children and teens. Gun violence is killing a generation and robbing communities of future leaders, teachers, doctors, artists, and more. 10 years later, I am once again bringing together survivors, advocates, experts, and my fellow members of Congress to say enough is enough. I produced the 2024 Kelly Report to chart a path for the work yet to be done. My wish is that this will be the last Kelly Report on gun violence I need to write. My wish is that our country will see a future where children can safely walk to the park, a high school student can safely pick up her friends, and a father can safely play basketball with his son in their driveway. Americans should not have to live in constant fear of becoming another deadly statistic. Thoughts and prayers are not substitutes for policy and action. I hope that this report not only sheds light on the public health crisis that is gun violence in America, but also provides a meaningful roadmap to create change and save lives. I also want to take this time to acknowledge Megan Thompson. Megan has served in my office as Senior Health Policy Advisor and has done a remarkable job advancing health equity, access to care, and innovative treatment options during her time in this role. Her contributions to my office have gone beyond policy expertise. Megan's joy and enthusiasm brings light to our whole office. While we will miss Megan in the office, I have no doubt that she will continue to excel in her next endeavor. I know that Megan's work will continue to make a difference for years to come. And last but not least, please fund Ukraine. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman for Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Bradley Free Clinic of Roanoke, Virginia, as it celebrates 50 years of remarkable service to the underserved members in our community. This institution embodies the enduring power of volunteerism and compassion, providing comprehensive health care to those in need free of charge. Founded on the vision of Henry Bell and led by the selfless efforts of Estelle Nichols Abner and countless volunteers, the Bradley Free Clinic has been a staple of hope and care in the Roanoke community. Its legacy is one of community solidarity, ensuring accessible health care, and underscored by the dedication of its volunteers and staff. As we mark this significant anniversary, let us honor the Bradley Free Clinic's half-century of service, commend the tireless dedication of everyone involved with the clinic, and celebrate the impact of their work on the Roanoke Valley. I hope they have a great 50th celebration here next month, and I hope that it continues to flourish and serve as a testament to the power of community and care in the years to come. I rise today to honor an institution that holds a cherished place in Bath County, Virginia, the Warm Springs Valley Garden Club. As they mark a century of dedication to the preservation of natural splendor in our community, we recognize their tireless efforts. 100 years ago, a group of 13 visionary women established a legacy in horticulture that endures to this day. The commitment of these women, bolstered by 30 to 50 members each year, has crafted a rich and vibrant culture of gardening throughout Bath County that continues to flourish. It's their mission that truly embodies the spirit of the Warm Springs Valley Garden Club, cultivating a deep appreciation for gardening, championing conservation, and enhancing civic and natural allure. As they celebrate 100 years of exceptional service in educating, nurturing, and community building, we salute the Warm Springs Valley Garden Club. Their continued efforts enhance not just our natural environment, but also the very essence of our community. Congratulations to the Warm Springs Valley Garden Club on their 100-year anniversary, and I wish them another 100 years of success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Virginia Elks Youth Camp and recognize its remarkable journey to becoming a beacon of hope and joy for over 50,000 boys and girls aged 8 to 13. Nestled in the Allegheny Mountains near the Cowpasture River, this camp, fully funded through the generosity of the Virginia Elks Association, has not only offered a free outdoors experience, but also fostered a sense of adventure and friendship among campers. Thanks to the support of the 26 lodges across the Commonwealth and the tireless work of countless volunteers, the doors of this camp have remained open since the late 1940s. As we look back on these 75 years, let us commend the Virginia Elks Association for its unwavering commitment to youth and veterans' needs. I wish them all the best as they continue to ensure that the Virginia Elks Youth Camp remains a cornerstone of our community's investment in its youth for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 100th anniversary of the Jefferson Center in Roanoke, Virginia. This institution stands not just as a building, but as a place of education and culture that has profoundly touched our community over the past century. Originally serving as Jefferson High School in the early 1920s, the auditorium was built larger than the high school so that it could be used by and for the community. From 1924 to 1974, the high school paved the way for the education of over 19,000 students, laying a strong foundation for our future generations. By 1989, the building had evolved into a center for the arts, nonprofit activities, and civic engagement that has inspired and enriched the lives of the people of Roanoke. Today, we celebrate a century-long legacy of community enrichment and unity. Let's honor this remarkable anniversary by commemorating the Jefferson Center's achievement, ensuring it remains a cornerstone of our community for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address President Biden's war on American energy, which seeks to undermine our nation's energy independence and impose the radical visions of the left's Green New Deal upon the American people. Under the guise of environmental progress, the Biden administration has embarked on a campaign that has directly assaulted the backbone of our energy infrastructure. From day one, from the senseless restrictions on liquefied natural gas export terminals to the absurd proposals to ban gas stoves and target gas-powered vehicles, this administration has shown a reckless disregard for American energy dominance and the welfare of the American people. Furthermore, in a misguided effort to cushion the blow of his own policies, President Biden has depleted our strategic petroleum reserve to its lowest level since 1984. This depletion not only threatens our national security, but weakens our position on the global stage. The consequences of these actions are evident in rising gas prices, which continue to be a painful burden for the American family. In 2022, we witnessed the national average for a gallon of gas exceed $5 a gallon for the first time in history. Almost exactly 1 year ago, I gave a speech on this floor in support of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I urge us to continue to act in furthering of this agenda. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a woman who has fiercely worked to ensure Chicago lives live up to its values as a welcoming city. My constituent, a driving force for good, Yolanda Peña. Rooted in our community, Yolanda Peña exemplifies the spirit of service. Inspired by their personal experiences, Yolanda and her husband, Harry, co-founded Life Impactors to ensure everyone in our communities, no matter their past decisions, circumstances, or place of origin, have a chance to thrive. As program director of Life Impactors, Yolanda sees values and cares for members in the Illinois 3 community, and her commitment inspires the work I do in this chamber. On behalf of Illinois 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to commend Yolanda Peña for her contributions to our community and her commitment to service and justice. Thank you, Yolanda. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my constituent, Hilda Frontani, an inspiring woman at the forefront of representation and community in Illinois 3rd Congressional District. Since her family migrated from Puerto Rico, Hilda has called Chicago home. She has dedicated her life to ensuring that her neighbors have a safe roof over their heads, the care they need, and a voice in our democracy, regardless of immigration status. For more than 2 decades, she has organized a community for the rights of Latinas, immigrants, and non-English speaking communities, bringing bilingual elections to the city of Chicago and addressing the housing crisis displacing familias Latinas and low-income residents. Currently, Hilda serves as the honorary chair of the board of directors for Rincon Family Services, providing high-quality and culturally competent healthcare and essential social services in my district. So on behalf of the Illinois 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to commend Hilda Frontani, who has inspired a generation of Latinas like me to lead and to fight for our community. Gracias, Hilda. We honor you on this House floor. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend Diana Ortega Iriz for more than 30 years of service to communities, including 13 years in the great city of Elgin. Ortega Iriz serves as the executive director of Centro de Información, providing a safe, bilingual, and welcoming center in Elgin for the growing Latino community in my district. There, La Comunidad Latina and other migrants have found access to critical social services, help with government resources, assistance with their immigration cases, and much more. Her personal experiences as an immigrant and a Latina leader have informed Diana's commitment to developing Latino youth as leaders, which she fulfills through organizations like the Youth Leadership Academy, the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, and the Elgin Hispanic Network. Diana, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to commend Diana Ortega Iriz for your leadership and service to community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the incredible Lady Panthers of North Pitt High School, who won the 2024 North Carolina High School Athletic Association 2A Women's Basketball Championship. North Pitt High School squared off against the undefeated Lady Cavaliers of East Burke and came out victorious, 76-66. Senior Zamaria Zam Jones was crowned the most outstanding player, adding to her many achievements, 2,000 career points, one of just 17 players from the state to be a McDonald's All-American, and finally leading her team to victory with 21 points against East Burke. Next year, Jones is going to North Carolina State, but she will be leaving the North Pitt High School basketball team in great hands with freshman Jordan Speller, who scored an impressive 31 points and was the game's MVP. Mr. Speaker, without any doubt, there's incredible talent and exciting basketball north of the river. Congratulations, Coach Pittman, Principal Harris, and the entire North Pitt High School family. And to all of the Lady Panthers, your congressman is mighty proud of you. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal and loving God, in boldness and confidence we find only in faith, we approach your court of justice, your throne of power, your mercy seat, with worries too deep for words and concerns beyond our control. Our words are insufficient when we try to express our apprehensions for the future of our country. Our prayers inadequate in meeting the problems faced by our world and in this body and by our families. But you, in your infinite wisdom, know our thoughts before we speak them, our needs before we utter them. This is the faith we claim today, that though we cannot see the answers, though we cannot possibly discern the future, you, O ruler of the universe, order our steps and guide us in your abiding and steadfast love. Grant us this day the power to comprehend what is the breadth and length, height and depth of your love which surpasses all knowledge. Now to you, by whom the power at work within us is able to do far more than we can ask or imagine. To you be the glory today and always. Hear these our prayers, and those unspoken, as we offer them in the strength of your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand the vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate and acknowledge National Agriculture Week. This week, we take the opportunity to recognize the central role that agriculture plays in the economy across the country and my home in the state of Ohio. Agriculture is one of Ohio's largest industries, supplying 1 out of every 7 jobs. However, our nation is experiencing a mounting agricultural trade deficit, which has nearly doubled in the last year, according to the Department of Agriculture. This deficit has had a large impact on Ohio farm economies and American leadership in international agricultural trade. We should be committed to delivering an updated farm bill that ensures long-term growth and addresses the unique needs of America's farmers, ranchers, and consumers. As we celebrate National Agriculture Week, let us work together to create new markets for American agricultural products, drive rural economic development, and strengthen domestic energy resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well before equality for women were discussed in the U.S. mainland, the Virgin Islands have lauded, uplifted, and seen women fighters and leaders. All VI children know the stories of our queens, but our girls have a wealth of women who have sacrificed their time, privacy, and professions in elected leadership. Most recently, women like my soul sisters, Alicia Barnes and Diane Capehart, Soares, Jeanette Milling-Young and Allison Degazan, Maurice James, Donna Frett Gregory, Genevieve Whitaker, Janelle Sauro, Carla Joseph, Alma Heiliger, our recently departed Chucky Hansen. Our first women elected in 1954, Lucinda Millen, Ruby Rouse, the local Senate's first female president, Cleone Creaky in 1977, who won the first territorial-wide race, and of course, Donna Christensen, my predecessor, the first female physician to serve in Congress. Lorraine Berry, Carol Burke, Carmen Wesselhoff, Liliana Bellardo, and Golden Normgard. The list goes on. Strong, fervent, resilient women. They shape our past, ignite our future. They are VI Strong. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Stand and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a shining example of a public servant, a fierce advocate for Northeast Ohio, my friend and colleague, Secretary Marcia Fudge. Secretary Fudge recently announced her retirement after more than 50 years of public service. For decades, Secretary Fudge served our Northeast Ohio community with passion, dedication, and determination. And I can say that for a fact because Secretary Fudge used to be my member of Congress when she represented Ohio's 11th Congressional District. I've had the privilege of working alongside her as we both served the Akron community, including when I was in the State House, where we worked to improve access to affordable housing, protecting our freedoms to vote, and advancing racial and gender equality. And just last month, when I hosted Secretary Fudge back in Ohio's 13th district to highlight the Housing and Urban Development's investment in affordable housing and support for first-time homebuyers. Secretary Fudge truly has transformed HUD, leading the agency through an unprecedented housing challenges during the pandemic, fighting housing discrimination, and ensuring no one was left out or left behind. I am grateful for her and her leadership, and I wish her the best in her retirement. Thank you for being a dedicated and clear public service. Thank you, Madam Secretary Marcia Fudge.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 1278, an act to designate the federal building located at 985 Michigan Avenue in Detroit, Michigan, as the Rosa Parks Federal Building and for other purposes.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1085 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 67, House Resolution 1085. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1023, to repeal Section 134 of the Clean Air Act, relating to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-26 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1121, to prohibit a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6009, to require the Director of the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw the proposed rule relating to fluid mineral leases and leasing process and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 86, expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy. All points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution are waived. The concurrent resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the concurrent resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. Section 5, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order, without intervention of any point of order, to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 987, denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration and for other purposes. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. Section 6, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 7023, to amend Section 404 of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to codify certain regulatory provisions relating to nationwide permits for dredged or fill material and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-25 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 motion to recommit.
Thank you. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. House Resolution 1085 provides for consideration of 6 measures: H.R. 1023, H.R. 1121, H.R. 6009, H.Con. Res. 86, H.Res. 987, and H.R. 7023. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1023, the Cutting Green Corruption and Taxes Act, under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1121, the Protecting American Energy Production Act, that being under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. Further, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6009, the Restoring American Energy Dominance Act, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.Con. Res. 86, expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy, that being under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The rule provides for consideration of H.Res. 987, the denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. And finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act, under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees, and that will provide for one motion to recommit. The rule makes in order 8 amendments. Mr. Speaker, since President Joe Biden took office, energy costs for Americans have risen by 28.6%. On January 20th, 2021, a gallon of gasoline was, wait for it, $2.39. During President Biden's presidency, the average price has reached a record high of $5 a gallon. This is a direct result of the president's dangerous, extreme, far-left agenda, the Green New Deal agenda that spent trillions of dollars and enacted costly regulations on the American family. The underlying legislation before us this week will help unlock and unleash American energy independence and block President Biden's war on the American worker and American energy. For example, H.R. 1023 will eliminate $27 billion of Green New Deal slush funds for coastal elites and the Chinese communists. We know China dominates the extraction, processing, and production of rare earth elements and critical minerals. Solar panels, windmills, and EVs all rely heavily on these materials, which further deepens our dependency on communist China. This legislation will also repeal the proposed natural gas tax that will burden so many American energy producers in southwestern Pennsylvania and across this nation. In addition, H.R. 1121 will block the president from declaring a moratorium on hydraulic fracking. In 2019, then-candidate Joe Biden expressed his support to ban fracking. The president said, and I quote, "We would make sure it's eliminated," end quote, when asked about the future of coal and fracking. Then in March of 2020, he said, quote, "No more new fracking," end quote. That's why this week, House Republicans will block his ability to ban fracking. Lastly, H.R. 7023 will build upon the progress under H.R. 1 and the Fiscal Responsibility Act to help reform our permitting process. This bill will streamline the permitting process under the Clean Water Act, instruct the administration to issue guidance that complies with the Supreme Court ruling in Sackett v. EPA, and protect permit holders from frivolous lawsuits. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Is reserved. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding the customary 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, today's rule provides for the consideration of a partisan package of pro-polluter energy and environmental bills. Half these bills have already been considered by the House last year, and the other half are toothless resolutions simply declaring a sense of Congress, albeit a partisan sense of Congress. A package like this is what we've come to expect from this Republican majority in the House. In the 118th Congress, Republicans can rarely find agreement with each other, let alone negotiate bipartisan legislation capable of being passed by both houses and signed into law by the president. So what we get, week in and week out, are old bills chopped up and repackaged to give Republicans something to talk about for the week, while we all wait for the next budget crisis deadline. Republicans have run the House for the past 15 months and have used that precious time not to lead, but to pick fights and air grievances. As my Republican colleague on the Rules Committee, the gentleman from Texas, keeps reminding us, House Republicans have nothing to show for their majority. They haven't done anything to address the most important issues confronting America. Let's look at the record of this feckless Republican majority thus far. House Republicans spent a month fighting with each other to pick a speaker, only to kick out Kevin McCarthy a few months later and spend another month selecting the current speaker. House Republicans brought the country to the brink of fiscal calamity to extort a budget deal that they then failed to honor. House Republicans walked out of a bipartisan deal to overhaul the immigration system after claiming it was their #1 priority. House Republicans are blocking bipartisan legislation to provide military aid to Ukraine and our allies. And House Republicans are blocking a funding package for increased border security. And although we hope to finish the 2024 budget this week, it is already 6 months late. All of which to say is this majority has done nothing. They've squandered their majority, they've squandered the country's time and taxpayer dollars, and they have nothing to show for it. Mr. Speaker, this legislation in this rule, if enacted, would be disastrous for environment and would set back much of the progress we've made to tackle the climate crisis. Legislation in this rule would make it easier for companies to pollute our water. These bills roll back important Clean Water Act provisions that prevent companies from dumping waste and harmful chemicals into our public waterways. This rule would also make it easier for oil and gas companies to avoid responsibility for cleaning up drilling sites after finishing production. The rule would block efforts by the Biden administration to make big oil companies pay their fair share to remediate the environmental damage they've caused. And the rule would cut billions of dollars in funding to help communities like mine mitigate the harmful effects of air pollution. Time and again, we see that the Republican energy agenda means putting polluters and their profits over regular people. Bills like this make you wonder just who exactly House Republicans represent. The vast majority of Americans support making energy and mining companies financially responsible for site cleanup. The vast majority of Americans want clean air and clean water. They want to protect their health, and they want their kids to have a healthy future. And yet these partisan Republican policies would mean more pollution in our communities so that Exxon and Chevron can boost their stock prices. That doesn't seem like a fair trade for the American people. We need to solve the climate crisis, not enable it. We need to put people over profits and polluters. Congressional Democrats and President Biden are united behind that goal. In stark contrast to our Republican colleagues, Democrats have passed landmark legislation to combat the climate crisis, grow domestic energy production, and bring our energy infrastructure into the 21st century. Democrats passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. Combined, these bills use tax credits, lending programs, and public-private partnerships to invest billions of dollars in electric vehicles, renewables, energy production, and improvements to the electric grid. This investment is growing our economy, creating good-paying jobs in green manufacturing, and helping to lay the foundation for the mass adoption of renewable energy sources. Already, the Inflation Reduction Act has created over 170,000 jobs, and it's projected to create more than 1.5 million jobs over the next 10 years. The Inflation Reduction Act puts America on pace to cut our carbon emissions by 50% by 2030 so that we can meet our obligations under the Paris Agreement. The Inflation Reduction Act also caps abandoned oil wells, cleans up Superfund sites, and provides funding to communities to mitigate the effects of industrial pollution. In the long run, the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Bill will save American families up to $38 billion on electricity bills, reduce industrial and manufacturing emissions, double the share of American electricity generated by renewables, and accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles. That's what a real energy agenda looks like. It's not grandstanding and it's not handouts to oil and gas companies. The Democrats' energy initiatives and agenda have been wildly successful. Right now, the United States is the #1 energy producer in the world. We produce more energy from both renewables and fossil fuels than any other country. This is directly translated into lower energy prices for Americans, more jobs, higher economic growth, and it's allowed us to provide natural gas to our allies in Europe who've been squeezed by belligerent Russia. Under President Biden's leadership, the United States is more energy independent today than at any time in our history. This is an amazing achievement and one that should be celebrated by this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to hear my colleague talk about all the wonderful things that Democrats have done for the oil and gas industry, but it's shocking because Democrats want to ban fracking. Don't believe me, take their word for it. Here's Kamala Harris, and I quote, "There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking," end quote. Here's Bernie Sanders, quote, "The only safe and sane way to move forward is to ban fracking nationwide," end quote. And then he literally introduced a bill banning fracking shortly after that comment. And there's also Pete Buttigieg. He said, quote, "I favor a ban on new fracking and a rapid end to existing fracking," end quote. And finally, here's Biden's Interior Secretary, Deb Haaland, quote, "I am wholeheartedly against fracking and drilling on public lands," end quote. Those are some of the most influential Democrats in the country. And their goal is simple. They want to ban fracking. But for more on the rule, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to my good friend from the great state of New York, Representative Langworthy.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, my colleague on the Rules Committee, for yielding me the time. Now, contrary to what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim, this legislation before us today is about building a cleaner, more secure, more affordable energy future where the United States is not dependent on foreign countries for its energy needs. Now, let me be perfectly clear. The greatest beneficiary to the Biden administration's regulatory onslaught on our nation's energy sector is China, the communist country of China. And the ones who will pay the biggest cost for President Biden and the left's asinine energy policies are the American people. The climate agenda that the left is pushing onto this country through the Biden administration and through Democrats in my own state of New York will leave the American people poorer, less secure, and with fewer opportunities. Full stop. Because who benefits the most from this administration's new rules on mineral leasing that make it more difficult for the United States to produce its energy and resource needs domestically? China, our biggest adversary in a country who cares little for the environmental health of our world. So when my Democratic colleagues claim that this legislation before us today will somehow loosen protections on our environment and keep our country away from reaching some arbitrary goal set by this administration, don't be fooled. If this administration or the radical left actually cared about our global environment, they wouldn't be putting up roadblocks to safer, cleaner domestic energy production, as they are doing with the Bureau of Land Management's newest rules on mineral leasing. They wouldn't be banning safe, job-creating hydraulic fracturing to produce cleaner, reliable natural gas, as New York State Democrats have done, robbing communities across my district of incredible economic opportunities. They wouldn't be pushing Americans towards a battery-powered future while making it nearly impossible for our country to produce these very batteries, down to refining the rare earth minerals here domestically. Democrats in Washington, in Albany, and elsewhere, despite their talk of a cleaner future, are leaving us more dependent on foreign countries, including our biggest adversary, China, that have no qualms about pumping buckets of pollution into the air. Mr. Speaker, energy future supported by my colleagues across the aisle is hypocritical. impossibly expensive for everyday Americans, and leaves this country at the mercy of foreign imports to satisfy our energy needs. I strongly support this underlying legislation before us today because it will turn the ship around and ensure that our energy future is about economic opportunities, domestic security, and affordability for everyday Americans, rather than satisfying the radical demands of a woke mob. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Reserve the time for the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Just a moment, I encourage all members, if you're going to have conversations with staff, please take them off the floor. It's getting a little disruptive. I recognize the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. You know, we keep being presented by a false choice here, a choice between being environmentally responsible and having economic opportunity, and that's just not true. We can do both. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from nearly 50 organizations in opposition to H.R. 7023.
Without objection.
They write, this bill contains several misguided attacks on clean water in the Clean Water Act, puts polluter profits ahead of public health, and would jeopardize the waters that our families, communities, and wildlife depend on. H.R. 7023 is clearly not the answer. I would also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter signed by over 50 conservation, climate, and public lands organizations strongly opposing H.R. 6009.
Without objection.
This letter reads in part, and I quote, this legislation circumvents and undermines the administrative process, ignores significant public input across the West, and halts a long overdue update to the federal onshore oil and gas leasing program that protects taxpayers, public lands, and the wildlife and communities who rely on them, unquote. I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the National Parks Conservation Association strongly opposing H.R. 6009.
Without objection.
Thank you. This letter reads in part, the current leasing system and onshore oil and gas program is antiquated and doesn't offer proper oversight or ensure protections and fair returns to American taxpayers. Passing this legislation would leave the Bureau of Land Management unable to properly oversee this program and could cause unnecessary harm to our special places. And finally, I would seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a Forbes article, U.S. energy independence soars to highest level in over 70 years.
Without objection.
Thank you. I reserve.
Gentlelady's time is reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's one thing that the Biden administration's extreme far-left positions on energy hurt the American economy and, by extension, the American worker and the American family. But the extremism also hurts our allies abroad. President Biden has clearly weakened our position on the international stage. Shortly after canceling our own Keystone XL pipeline, which, by the way, crushed tens of thousands of union jobs, after he canceled that pipeline, the Biden administration greenlit Nord Stream 2. Before the 2022 midterm elections, the Biden administration released roughly 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or roughly 40% of that reserve. That included at least 2 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to, are you ready for it? China. After pausing new LNG export approvals, the president then waived sanctions on Iranian energy imports into Iraq. I'll talk about that momentarily, though. It is clear from the administration's actions, for these far-left extreme positions, that President Biden favors Chairman Xi, Vladimir Putin, and the Ayatollah over the American worker. Now let's go back and talk about the Iraq-Iran waiver. After pausing the new LNG exports approval, the Biden administration waived sanctions on Iranian energy imports into Iraq. This unlocks $10 billion in frozen funds for the Iranian government, who helped fund the October 7th terrorist attack on our #1 ally in the world, Israel. So it's clear to me the White House's energy platform is the following: yes to our enemies, no to America. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania's time is reserved. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Yes. Further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is a little bit difficult to hear these crocodile tears for our allies when the House Republicans are holding up the National Security Supplemental, which passed weeks ago in the Senate by a 70-30 vote, broadly bipartisan legislation that our allies deserve an up or down vote on, and we should see that on the floor today. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to energy, House Republicans are also presenting us with a false choice. They would have us believe that renewable energy and energy independence are at odds. They want us to think that sustainability and a strong economy are a trade-off. It's simply not true, and we cannot afford to make this false choice. As we've seen with the Inflation Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, we can have it both ways. We can lower emissions while creating jobs and growing the economy. We can make the transition to solar and wind without displacing businesses or workers. The Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Bill demonstrate that not only does a green transition come hand in hand with economic growth, but also that that growth can be spurred from the middle out and the bottom up. All over the country, new manufacturing facilities for batteries, solar panels, wind turbines, and electric vehicles are being built. These factories are offering long-term, good-paying jobs that will drive economic development for years to come. It's an American manufacturing renaissance that's been made possible by legislation passed by Democrats and President Biden. It's a testament to what is possible when legislators roll up their sleeves and solve problems as opposed to playing to their most extreme members. That's what real leadership looks like. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time. Just today, the EPA released their tailpipe rule, which is a de facto ban on gas-powered vehicles. President Biden is setting performance standards for tailpipe emissions that automakers can only meet by producing EVs. This will do serious damage to the American family and the American worker. Through a series of rules, the Biden administration is eliminating gas-powered vehicles in less than 10 years. For example, the EPA is set to approve California's outright ban on the sale of new internal combustion engine vehicles by 2035. Additionally, the Department of Transportation is proposing CAFE standards that force fleets to switch to EVs. So what does this mean? For all the talk about building the middle class, this is a direct attack on the middle class. Your average EV driver is making well over 6 figures a year. Middle-class Americans will struggle to be able to purchase a family car that can't travel long distances, has limited access to reliable fuel sources, and has components that are predominantly sourced from China. So there's the Democrats' priorities: harming the middle class while benefiting China. And if you think that it's cute to talk about so-called reliable energy sources, do some research and look at the power grid in Texas. Tell me how well that worked out. But under President Donald Trump's leadership, as opposed to Joe Biden's extreme far-left leadership and agenda, under President Trump's leadership, our nation actually became energy independent. This was thanks to the pro-growth, pro-job, pro-American energy policies that facilitated an energy renaissance and lowered energy costs for hardworking American families. Just in my home state of Pennsylvania, we are second in the nation for natural gas production. The industry supports hundreds of thousands of jobs in the Commonwealth, including roughly 130,000 union jobs that the Democrats falsely claim to care about. Our Commonwealth is such an abundance of natural resources that we lead the nation in electricity exports to other states. Last year, Pennsylvania's impact fee revenue reached an historic level at $278.9 million, which helps to alleviate tax burdens on our local communities. So when the Biden administration bends the knee to the climate change mob by stopping new LNG export approvals, by taxing natural gas production, by proposing bans on fracking, and placing a de facto ban on gas-powered vehicles, well, what are they doing? These actions are hurting American families and the American workers, and local communities are being harmed in states like Pennsylvania. That is why we must pass this underlying legislation, which will strengthen our position on the international stage. And when the final votes are tallied this week, you are going to see on display the stark difference between Democrats and Republicans. If you stand with the American worker, the American family, and the American job creator, vote yes on the rule and the underlying legislation. If you support energy resources from Chairman Xi, from Vladimir Putin, the Ayatollah, then vote no on the rule and no on the underlying legislation. The choice couldn't be any clearer, and you will see the stark difference between the Democrats and the Republicans on this vote. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say yea. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. So what purpose is the young lady from Pennsylvania rise?
I would request the yeas and nays. Thank you.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A significant number has risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on the previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1085. Adoption of the House Resolution 1085 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7520. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1085, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 67, House Resolution 1085, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1023 to repeal Section 134 of the Clean Air Act relating to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1121 to prohibit a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6009 to require the Director of Bureau of Land Management to withdraw the proposed rule relating to fluid mineral leases and leasing process, and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 86, expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy, providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 987, denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 7023, to amend Section 404 of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to codify certain regulatory provisions relating to nationwide permits for dredged or filled material and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolutions. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 192. The previous question. On adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
For a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in favor of recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 200. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7520 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7520, a bill to prohibit data brokers from transferring sensitive data of United States individuals to foreign adversaries and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 414, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1085, I call up H.R. 1121 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 305, H.R. 1121. A bill to prohibit a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resource of the respective designees. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kamlager-Dove, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days.
Would the gentleman suspend? The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert other material on H.R. 1121.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1121, the Protecting American Energy Production Act. H.R. 1121, introduced by Congressman Duncan, would prevent any president from issuing a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing while also establishing a sense of Congress that states should regulate the practice on state and private land. Hydraulic fracturing has been around for almost 100 years. The practice, combined with recent technological improvements and the advent of horizontal drilling, has propelled the United States to global energy superpower status. This surge in supply has contributed to lower energy prices for consumers, stimulating economic growth, and improving the quality of life for all Americans. In truth, a ban on hydraulic fracturing would cripple the American economy while surrendering world energy leadership to Russia, Iran, and China. Federal efforts to regulate fracking, which is currently adequately regulated by the states, could have an equally devastating impact. The 2005 Energy Policy Act clarified that Congress never intended the federal government to regulate fracking under the Safe Drinking Water Act. In the Obama administration, the Bureau of Land Management attempted to regulate the practice for federal lands and minerals, but the courts threw out that effort. In the decision, the judge clearly stated, quote, Congress has not delegated to the Department of Interior the authority to regulate hydraulic fracturing. The BLM's effort to do so through the fracking rule is in excess of statutory authority and contrary to law, end quote. Currently, states regulate fracking, and each has comprehensive laws and regulations to provide for safe operations, to protect drinking water sources, and to have trained personnel effectively regulating oil and gas exploration and production. In addition to preventing the president from implementing a unilateral fracking ban, this bill would also express a sense of Congress that states should maintain regulatory authority over fracking on state and private lands. I urge all my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 1121. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And welcome everyone to the long-anticipated, endlessly rescheduled Energy Week. Over the next 2 days, with only a matter of days until a partial shutdown, rather than a transparent discussion on how to fund the government, this chamber will debate and vote on a number of energy-related bills, bills Republicans claim will boost so-called energy dominance. It's not hard to see through their talking points. The U.S. is producing more oil and gas than ever before, and what do we have to show for it? Everyday Americans still face volatile energy prices because oil and gas are global commodities and because we're exporting record amounts of fossil fuels. The communities nearest to this record-breaking production are overburdened with pollution, and their health and well-being are suffering. And the climate crisis, because it is real, is getting more dire each year. The United States should be leading the way to a new, cleaner future, not drilling deeper into this catastrophe. Rather than addressing these issues head-on and building a just future that generations to come can be proud of, House Republicans are instead choosing to lead us toward more of the same, stuffing the pockets of big oil executives who are hoping to make another quick yacht off the backs of hardworking Americans, just as they've done for years. We have seen these washed-up has-been proposals before. Last year, Republicans passed H.R. 1, the Polluters Over People Act, which contains some of these repeat proposals. It is like a bad boyfriend coming back, just be gone. And this week is no different. We're going to see the same tired handouts to the richest and most polluting mega corporations, all while leaving our most vulnerable communities in the toxic dust. It is Polluters Over People 2.0. The first bill on the agenda is H.R. 1121, which would prevent the president from banning fracking unless authorized by Congress, even if there is a public health emergency, poison drinking water, or any other fracking crisis. For my colleagues across the aisle, maybe this is just a messaging bill. But for folks on the ground, it is extremely dangerous. It ignores the very real consequences of fracking for impacted communities. Fracking is a method of extracting oil and gas from deep underground. It involves blasting open rock at high pressure with a mixture of water, sand, and chemicals, many of which are undisclosed. In areas where fracking is concentrated, it has been linked to preterm births, high-risk pregnancies, asthma, migraines, fatigue, respiratory symptoms, skin disorders, and the list goes on. The fracking chemicals we do know about, things like benzene and ethylene glycol, are known to be hazardous to human health. Children living near fracking sites have lower birth weights and higher rates of cancer. Fracking chemicals end up in our soil and in our groundwater. Fracking is known to contaminate air and drinking water. But this Republican sweetheart legislation would stop the president from banning or even pausing fracking on public lands and in federal waters, even if it poses a clear and known and present danger to drinking water and public health. Here's something you're going to hear a lot from Democrats this week. Big oil and big gas don't need any more favors right now. They don't need more tax breaks. They don't need more special loopholes. They don't need more handouts. The president should have the full range of tools to protect the American people, especially when it comes to our public lands and resources. I urge opposition to the legislation, and I reserve.
Gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, one of the things my good friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle have stated that the big oil and gas companies are making record profits and these bills are essentially tax cuts for big oil. That couldn't be further from the truth. This president's anti-energy agenda has driven up energy prices for all Americans, which also has created greater revenues for big oil companies. If Democrats are really concerned about energy prices, the best thing they can do is mirror the energy dominance policies of the previous administration. Doing so would create abundance, driving down energy prices for all Americans. You know, producers with no more than $5 million in retail sales of oil and gas in a year account for 83% of America's oil production. 90% of its natural gas and natural gas liquids production. These are small businesses, Mr. Chair, often locally and independently owned with a handful of employees, but collectively they support they collectively support 4.5 million American jobs. Our Republican energy bills help ensure small businesses can continue to operate on federal lands, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask my colleagues to look at the balance sheets of all of these big oil executives. No one is waiting in a food line. No one is trying to catch an unemployment check. They have the money, and they'll be getting more because of these loopholes. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Congressman Levin.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1121. This extreme legislation would limit the president's ability to respond to public health, environmental, and climate risks. It's nothing more than a made-up solution in search of a problem. To be clear, the president has made no indication that he will ban fracking. And yet H.R. 1121 would prohibit the president from ever banning fracking for any reason ever, despite the risks that it poses. Many of my colleagues aren't even in favor of sensible oversight or regulation of fracking. It's my view that public lands managers ought to have access to a full range of tools to reduce harmful emissions, protect our environment, and safeguard public health. I'm particularly concerned because we don't have adequate regulations and safeguards in place to ensure that if fracking is done, at the very least, it's done in a way that reduces environmental and health risks. There's a growing body of evidence that illustrates that fracking creates vast amounts of wastewater, emits greenhouse gases such as methane, and releases toxic pollutants such as potent carcinogens into the air. Studies have also reported associations between residential proximity to fracking operations and increased adverse pregnancy outcomes, cancer incidents, hospitalizations, respiratory diseases, mental health problems, and more. Additionally, throughout the U.S., pregnant women, children, indigenous people, communities of color, and low-income communities disproportionately bear the negative impacts of fracking. And our understanding of fracking's risks just continues to grow. We can't let this pollution of our air, water, climate, and health continue unabated, especially if we remove a tool from the President's toolbox, as H.R. 1121 would do. We need some regulations in place to protect the health of our environment and our communities. Otherwise, we risk unleashing the fossil fuel industry's unfettered pollution and damage to our environment and our health. For these reasons, at the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would require the Bureau of Land Management to issue regulations around fracking that include baseline water testing and public disclosure of the chemicals that companies use in their fracking operations before the ban on fracking bans can go into place. At the end of the debate, I'll insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that this bill, H.R. 1121, is unnecessary as the President has not proposed a hydraulic fracturing moratorium, and that they say it sets a dangerous precedent for limiting the authority of the President and Secretary of the Interior to manage energy resources on federal lands. Well, the fact is, this President on the campaign trail said, and I quote, "No more. No new fracking," end quote. This was candidate Biden. And we know from what he's done in his first 3+ years in office, don't listen to necessarily his words, watch his actions. He's done it on mining. He said we were going to mine domestically for our critical minerals. Once he became president, he changed his tune. Now he's following or wants memorandums of understanding with other countries that are adversarial to the United States. After years of disastrous energy policies by this president, we know we cannot take him for just his word, which is why exactly this bill is necessary. This is especially true, Mr. Chair, given that the Obama administration's Bureau of Land Management tried to regulate fracking. The courts ultimately stopped this effort. In the decision, U.S. District Court Judge Skovdahl clearly stated that, and quote, "Congress has not delegated to the Department of the Interior the authority to regulate hydraulic fracturing. The BLM's efforts to do so through the fracking rule is in excess of its statutory authority and contrary to law," end quote. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that, in 2015, the Obama administration published a rule regulating fracking on public lands, and I should mention that the rule was not a ban on fracking, but a common sense requirement that companies disclose what chemicals they're using. It would also have required storage protocols for wastewater, barriers between wells and water zones, and the disclosure of the location of existing wells. Additional common sense protections for the public. The rule was challenged in the District Court of Wyoming, struck down, and appealed. The District Court of Wyoming read the Safe Drinking Water Act's exclusion of fracking from that law's underground injection program to mean that no federal agency can regulate fracking. This was a flimsy court case that has not been reviewed on appeal, and the Trump BLM rescinded the rule before the appeal court could rule on it. The case does not mean that the federal government should have no role, rather, in regulating fracking for oil and gas. This issue is too important for us to leave 100% to a patchwork of state laws. The President must have the full range of tools to protect our health, safety, and climate from the dangers of fracking. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Congresswoman Tlaib.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. As one of the only few who doesn't take corporate PAC money in this institution, I'm here to tell you the truth, per usual. H.R. 1121 is a danger to all of our communities. The President must have full range of tools to protect our health, safety, and climate from dangers of fracking. But we know this bill is nothing more than a waste of time. So I'd like to take a step back for a minute and remind people of the truth, why we're here in this situation right now with fracking being practically unregulated at the federal level. Nearly 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker, then Vice President Dick Cheney, the former CEO of Halliburton, managed to insert a loophole into the Energy Act of 2005, specifically exempting fracking chemicals from EPA regulation under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Halliburton, of course, is one of the largest oil and gas companies in the world and also just happens to be behind most of the major fracking worldwide. So for the last 20 years, we have been dealing with the Halliburton loophole, a terrible reminder of the revolving door of oil, money, and politics, and how big oil buys its way into the halls of Congress. This bill is another step to enshrine fracking protections and polluter loopholes into law. And it's wrong. It says to people in our communities all across the country, the people that elected us, urban, rural communities, that corporate polluters' profits are more important than their health. The mere fact that fracking is linked to childhood cancer should be enough for us to act. I merely ask for us, please don't frack with our health. I strongly oppose this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, my good friends and colleagues, again, on the other side of the aisle, they'll make statements that fracking is mostly unregulated and the practice can consume millions of gallons of water. And they say this is industry first and that the Republicans look to take away and protect public health and combat the climate crisis. Couldn't be further from the truth. Absolutely couldn't be further from the truth. According to the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission, member states each have comprehensive laws and regulations to ensure safe operations and protect drinking water sources. And they have trained personnel to effectively regulate oil and gas exploration and production. And Mr. Chair, even President Obama's own EPA found that fracking has no widespread systemic impacts on drinking water resources in the United States of America. No evidence has arisen that this practice is dangerous, and to say anything else is simply fear-mongering to the American people and pandering to the radical left that would rather have us rely on Iran, Russia, and Venezuela for our energy needs. And Mr. Chair, one last thing. This president took the sanctions off Iran. Iran is now making $90 billion because of those sanctions are taken off. And where do you think, who do you think's funding the war against Israel? Iran, the top sponsor of terrorism, took the sanctions off. When we produce here in the United States of America, it's a win-win, Mr. Chair. It's the safest, it's the cleanest, it employs American technology, American resources, American jobs, it helps American families, American communities. We do it better than anybody else, Mr. Chair, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record Mr. Levin's amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you. You know, in response to my colleagues' statements from the other side of the aisle that fracking is safe and that it's safe for nearby communities, I would just like to enter into the record this article from the Yale School of Public Health published in Science Direct.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This article shows that living within a mile of a fracked well directly increases the risks of children developing leukemia. They're not children from the radical left. They're children from across the country. The study warns that millions of people living within a mile of fracked wells may have been exposed to these cancer-causing chemicals. In response to this study, several physicians are quoted as saying, "This is like smoking in the 1950s. There was a lot of suggestive evidence, but the conclusive stuff came later. I think we're going to get it maybe in 5 or 10 years, but it's a question of how much damage is going to be done in the meantime." Too often, we look at the political environment before we look at the evidence, and I don't think that's serving the future. This is just one study looking at a couple dozen pollutants. There is ample evidence out there to be concerned with fracking's impact on public health, but there is still too much to learn. And yet, H.R. 1121 would ban restrictions on fracking before we know the full realm of impacts on public health. This is unacceptable, and the bill is rooted in many falsehoods as it relates to public health. I'm so excited to hear my colleague talk about the fact that we should be, hiring American workers, that we should be ensuring that we have great union jobs, that we should be invested in green energy infrastructure. I hope that's why my colleagues across the aisle woulda, shoulda, coulda supported the bipartisan infrastructure law. I know a couple of them did, as well as the CHIPS and Sciences and also the Inflation Reduction Act. All of those bills are actually really focused on making sure that we are investing in our country, working on creating more clean, green energy. That does not include fracking. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Minnesota for yielding. $9,600. $9,600. That's how much the average American household is paying today in the cost of living, higher cost of living in the United States as a direct result of policies of the Biden administration. $9,600. Now, Mr. Speaker, compare that to what President Biden said on the campaign trail. He said, I will not raise costs, raise taxes on any American that earns less than $400,000. That's the average, $9,600. And in fact, for some people, it's more. Mr. Speaker, the result or the cause of these higher costs is the regulatory agenda of this administration. It's exactly what we're debating today. We're talking about energy prices. We're talking about energy policies out of this administration that are having an adverse effect on Americans. We're watching right now as this administration, as this bill tries to fix, bans fracking. You can go back and you can look historically at the United States. We have led the world in reducing emissions. How have we done it? You know what the secret is? One of the most important tools that we've used to reduce emissions is actually natural gas. Natural gas, one of the biggest targets, the biggest victims of this fracking ban. So let's take a look. Is this fracking ban legal? Well, there was a judge in Wyoming who actually looked at this under the Obama administration and said, quote, Congress has not delegated to the Department of Interior the authority to regulate hydraulic fracturing. The BLM's effort to do so through the fracking rule is in excess of its statutory authority and contrary to law. So what does this administration do? The same exact thing. So it's not just a fracking ban, though. It's also banning the export of liquefied natural gas. Banning the export. So what happens, as my friend from Minnesota just said, what happens is that you don't have a decrease in demand for energy. It's simply that other countries provide it. So countries like Iran that are profiting tens of billions of dollars, they love these policies. Russia, they love these policies. This administration actually increased importation of energy from Russia when they came in. This is baffling energy policy. You are failing to address America's energy security. You're failing the affordability test. So, Mr. Speaker, let's think about emissions. Okay, so on the emission side, are these policies resulting in lower emissions? Well, let's look at facts. The facts show that between 2005 and 2021, the United States has actually reduced emissions more than any other country in the world. Not just more than any other country, more than the 6 next emissions-reducing countries, more than all of them combined. And how have we done it again? It is by using natural gas. So what happens? Other countries fill the void, countries like Russia. Well, let's do a comparison there. When you take 1 year of natural gas supplied to the European Union from Russia, and if you were to supplant it with liquefied natural gas coming from the United States, it would reduce emissions 218 million tons. But my friends across the aisle, friends at the White House, they've taken that off the table. So let's go back and review. We've got higher prices that Americans are paying, higher prices for utilities, higher prices for gasoline. We've got more dependence upon countries like Iran, on China, on Venezuela, on Russia for energy. We're more dependent upon them, the globe is, and emissions are going up. Which one of these is important? I mean, this is baffling to me. Higher prices, less energy security, and higher emissions. That's what this administration's energy policies have achieved. It makes no sense. And then let's talk about where these dollars are going. My friend talked about the tens of billions going to Iran. These dollars are directly being provided to Iranian terrorist proxies that have attacked and killed American troops in Syria and in Iraq. These policies are funding this, and then coming back to us, we're now funding Ukraine that's battling Russia, paid for with U.S. bad energy policy. We're funding Israel that's paid for by bad energy policy that Iran is profiting from. This makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. This bill, however, does make sense because it reverses the policies of this administration. It brings back common sense. It follows evidence, science, and math that shows that we can actually reduce emissions, increase energy security, and we can have affordable energy in the United States. I urge adoption of the legislation and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my colleague from across the aisle is right. This makes no sense. If my colleagues across the aisle actually want to push back against Russia and Iran and Venezuela, then pass the supplemental, because that funding will do more to help support democracies around the world and help countries most in need than whatever is in H.R. 1121. You know, listening to some of the arguments we've heard from Republicans over the last week and even now today, I have to say I am confused. Is oil and gas production higher than ever, or is there a war on energy? Are gas prices high because of Bidenomics, or are prices so low that we should continue exporting LNG? Should the government stop picking winners and losers through energy subsidies, or should we continue giving handouts to oil and gas and even expand those giveaways with the bills up today? I suspect Republican messaging is so confusing because continuing to rig the system for big oil just doesn't make sense. The U.S. is producing record amounts of oil and gas and is exporting more than ever before. I'll say it again. The U.S. is producing record amounts of oil and gas and is exporting more than ever before. And yet the American people aren't seeing the benefits. Prices for consumers are still high, while big oil and other big corporations rake in massive profits. Reporting from the Groundwork Collaborative found that over half of recent U.S. inflation was caused by corporate price gouging, even as input costs decreased. I ask unanimous consent to enter this report into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And communities living closest to oil and gas production, mostly low-income and people of color, are left paying the costs of constant pollution and public health crises. And we are all paying for the record number of billion-dollar climate disasters in 2023, driven by the fossil fuel climate crisis. These bills we are debating today would walk back important protections for taxpayers and local communities to keep funneling money into the pockets of big oil. It does not make sense to keep doubling down on a bad deal. Big oil does not need more favors right now. They don't need more tax breaks. They don't need more handouts. I'm going to keep saying it. And they don't need more special loopholes. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have continuously said that oil production on federal lands is at an all-time high. The fact of the matter is the production is occurring on lands leased by the Trump administration and previous administrations. I guess my colleagues now support the policies of the Trump administration as best they are trying to take credit for them. You know, yesterday in the Rules Committee, my good friend, Ranking Member McGovern, made this point in the Rules Committee just yesterday. After mentioning that America is a top energy producer, he said, and I quote, "Let me be very clear, I'm not highlighting these facts because I like them. I find it very troubling that we are producing so much oil," end quote. How very sad it is to hear that from my colleagues. Why are they so ashamed that we produce energy here in America? Would they rather us be dependent on Russia, Iran, or Venezuela for oil and natural gas in the same way Democrat policies have made us dependent on China for critical minerals? We should celebrate American energy independence, where again, we do it cleaner, safer than anybody else in the world with the best labor standards. Mr. Chair, let's celebrate the opportunity. Let's be happy the good Lord blessed the United States with these rich minerals and this opportunity to become energy independent and critical mineral dominant. I want my friends and neighbors, I want the American technology here in the United States. I do not want this country to depend on foreign adversarial nations for our livelihood. We've learned so much during COVID, Mr. Chair. We cannot rely on adversarial nations for our energy any longer, and nor should our allies. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I often hear my Republican colleagues say that more oil and gas production in the U.S. benefits consumers and that fracking has helped that production along. We should celebrate. And then I did have to think about seeing this recent movie, Killers of the Flower Moon, and how that's probably not a really good thing to do, is to celebrate. But I digress. I don't want to do that. But the U.S. is already the #1 producer of oil and gas in the world. We are exporting record amounts of fossil fuel across the globe, and yet our communities are still not seeing the benefits. That's because the benefits are going straight to big oil, which is seeing profits soar yet again. We cannot rely on the decades-old Republican agenda of drill, baby, drill to lower prices for Americans. But this bill proposes to give yet another handout to oil and gas, supposedly in the hope that these corporations will be so thankful that they'll just lower their prices just to be nice. I mean, does anyone still believe this trickle-down nonsense? Look, if we want better energy prices, then we need energy independence, which means a transition to clean energy, which is cheaper, safer, and generated entirely here at home, instead of being at the mercy of global price shocks like oil and gas. I'm also so grateful to hear my colleagues talk about the things that we should have learned from COVID. I hope that means at some point they'll be willing to discuss universal health care and making sure we all have access to affordable, high-quality health care. Yes, I hope that means that they are going to admit that COVID is a real thing and that vaccinations and access to that kind of health care and information is important. Yes, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Ooh, I reserve. I was going to correct you. Gentlelady reserves. Thank you.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to reiterate my good friend and colleague did reserve. Listen, one of the things that we hear from my colleagues is that big oil is price gouging, which is why energy prices are higher. The fact is, this president's anti-energy agenda has created uncertainty for domestic energy producers and have driven up energy prices for all Americans. Repeated in-depth investigations by the FTC have shown that changes in gasoline prices are based on market factors and are not due to any illegal behavior. The price gouging argument is simply a red herring meant to distract the American public from the Biden administration's disastrous energy policies. And the fact of the matter is, when my friends and colleagues talk about transition, wind and solar, they don't want to produce those minerals for their solar panels or windmills here in the United States, Mr. Chair. Minnesota has the most mineral wealth of any state in the nation with the exception of Alaska. Minnesota has the biggest untapped copper nickel mine in the world. And this administration pulled the leases. This administration, with the Secretary of Interior support, banned 225,000 acres of mining in northeastern Minnesota. Can you believe that? Yet they'll get the minerals from the Congo, who use child slave labor for them, for their energy addition. Mr. Speaker, I would submit that we have the opportunity today and now, and I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us to let the American worker succeed in energy dominance, critical mineral dominance in this country be made here in America. We need it, this country needs it, and our allies are asking for it. And I reserve.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further requests at this time. We are prepared to close, and I reserve.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests either for the time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Okay, gentlelady from California is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is yet another shameless giveaway to big oil. Even though big oil is still making earth-shattering, mineral-shattering profits by taking billions in taxpayer-funded subsidies, price gouging families, and leaving Americans with the climate, health, safety, and financial consequences. This bill would enshrine big oil's exploitation of American taxpayers for the foreseeable future. Big oil does not need any favors right now. I know I sound like a broken record, but sometimes you have to say it more than once so people can hear it. They don't need more special loopholes. They don't need more handouts. They don't need more tax breaks. I oppose H.R. 1121, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back for real this time. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In closing, I'd like to cite a 2019 study by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's Global Energy Institute. Their research shows a ban on fracking would eliminate 19 million jobs between 2021 and 2025, while simultaneously reducing the U.S. gross domestic product by $7.1 trillion over that same period. The Global Energy Institute's research also shows that over the same 2021 through 2025 timeframe, energy prices would skyrocket, with natural gas prices rising by 324%, causing household energy bills for the average American to quadruple and the cost of living to increase by $5,600. Additionally, the price of gasoline would double and government revenues would plummet by almost $2 trillion. With these sobering facts in mind, I want to urge all my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 1121 to prevent the worst-case scenario from becoming our reality. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the House Resolution 1085, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Use of hydraulic fracturing.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1121 is postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
1085, I call up H.R. 6009 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 307, H.R. 6009, a bill to require the Director of the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw the proposed rule relating to fluid mineral leases and leasing processes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or the respective designee. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the gentleman from California, Ms. Kamlager Dove, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 6009.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6009, the Restoring American Energy Dominance Act. H.R. 6009, introduced by Congresswoman Boebert, would nullify the Bureau of Land Management's proposed onshore oil and gas leasing regulations. While on the campaign trail, then-candidate Joe Biden said during a primary debate, and I quote, "No more drilling on federal lands," end quote. And that was candidate Biden. The BLM's proposed regulations attempt to accomplish President Biden's campaign promise by limiting onshore leasing, reducing flexibility, and increasing fees. The regulations propose eliminating nationwide bonds while increasing individual bonding requirements 15-fold and statewide bonding requirements 20-fold. The BLM's stated rationale for doing this is to protect taxpayers from having to clean up orphaned wells. One would think that there is an orphaned well crisis on BLM lands, given the significant cost increases the rule proposes. However, the opposite is true, Mr. Chair. According to the Department of the Interior, there are only 37 orphaned wells on BLM lands, and the department has used bonds to plug wells on federal lands just 40 times over this last decade. The proposed regulations would also be extremely harmful to small business. The proposed regulation would also be extremely harmful to small businesses. To quote from Tom Kropatch, the Wyoming State Oil and Gas Supervisor, quote, "The bonding provisions will impact hundreds of small businesses in Wyoming, resulting in lost royalties, taxes, and other revenues to local and state government, and likely will create orphan wells, not protect against them." While he is speaking of his home state of Wyoming, the impacts would be the same in energy-producing regions nationwide. The regulations also introduce new and vague preference criteria for evaluating onshore oil and gas leasing. The criteria seemingly intended to avoid conflict in areas with, quote, "sensitive cultural, wildlife, and recreational resources," end quote. Don't be fooled. The criteria, which could be applied to any parcel of land, are meant to lock up lands from resource development and shut down future oil and gas production. President Biden is once again proactively taking steps to increase energy prices, reduce American energy production, and ultimately diminish our national security. To continue using Wyoming as a case study, in 2022 and 2023, the Wyoming BLM had initially offered to sell 830 parcels covering 954,281 acres. However, through successive rounds of environmental reviews that incorporated considerations of these preference criteria, the Wyoming BLM deferred 462 parcels encompassing 586,000 acres. That is 61% of the acreage that should have otherwise been available that was ultimately deferred due to these new criteria. And regulations aren't even final yet. BLM's proposed onshore oil and gas leasing regulations are an attack on domestic energy production that will further lock up our federal lands and eliminate access to our natural resources. We will not stand idly by as the Biden administration increases our reliance on foreign adversarial nations. It diminishes our national security and inflates already unaffordable energy prices. H.R. 6009 acknowledges the BLM statutory mission of managing our federal lands for multiple use, including energy and mineral development. It will keep our country safe by ensuring continued domestic energy production, and it will benefit American families, American communities, American jobs, and our small businesses. And I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, Representative Boebert's so-called Restoring American Energy Dominance Act would have only one effect: furthering big oil's dominance over our public lands. This bill, H.R. 6009, would force the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw its proposed oil and gas rule. This rule will implement reforms that Democrats enacted in our historic climate law, the Inflation Reduction Act, along with other long overdue reforms to the onshore oil and gas program. The rule will help hold big oil accountable for cleaning up after itself, provide a fair return for the use of taxpayer-owned resources, and end speculative leasing of our public lands. This is important, but also very basic stuff. If you make a mess, you should be responsible for cleaning it up. If a public company extracts a publicly owned resource for profit, taxpayers should get a fair return. Makes sense to me. Those are not difficult concepts to understand. It is for these reasons that BLM's rule has broad support across Western voters. 92% of comments provided from all 50 states in response to BLM's proposed rulemaking were in favor of the rule. That's listening to the people. What we're seeing here is out of touch House Republicans attempting to block this rule as a giveaway to the fossil fuel industry. It is a blatant effort by big oil and corporate lobbyists to game the system in their favor. The proposed rule is common sense. The reforms have long been recommended by the Government Accountability Office and nonpartisan tax entities like Taxpayers for Common Sense. Republicans call it Biden's war on American energy. But with domestic oil and gas production and profits soaring, it's hard to see how big oil is suffering. As I said, their pockets are not on life support at all, but our public health is. It is past time to commit to reforms to protect taxpayers and the environment. We're talking about modest increases in royalty rates going from 12.5% to 16 2/3. Texas royalty rates are up to 25%, and in the bill's sponsor's home state of Colorado, they're at 20%. And to repeat, these rates have not impeded domestic production. Domestic oil and gas production and profits are at record highs. No one is disputing that. And as if that were not enough, these companies continue price gouging the consumer. It is obscene that these polluters, these extremely profitable corporations, are now pushing for more tax handouts. They are the last industry that needs it. We must vote down this out-of-touch giveaway. And with that, I oppose H.R. 6009, and I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My good friend and colleague talked about making a mess. Joe Biden and his administration have made a mess for American energy. Higher prices, energy prices throughout our country. The middle class is getting squeezed because of his energy policies and, dare I say, his anti-mining agenda. We will clean up this mess. Mr. Speaker, I yield 10 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Boebert.
Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On day one of his administration, Joe Biden declared an all-out war on American energy production and exploration. He has made it clear that he cares more about appeasing the radical climate change activists than protecting the millions of oil and gas workers and producers in America. I was disappointed but not surprised when the Biden administration filed this proposed rule entitled Fluid Mineral Leases and Leasing Process, which mandates provisions from the partisan so-called Inflation Reduction Act. We know that it didn't reduce inflation, it expanded it, which increased the royalty rate for production on federal lands while also increasing and creating new fees for domestic energy producers. This fluid mineral leasing rule is further proof that Joe Biden is using every tool in his administration to dismantle American energy production. It codifies pieces of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which is really the Green New Deal, and makes major non-statutory changes to the BLM's onshore leasing program. It increases bonding levels for production on federal lands and proposes ending nationwide bonding and increasing the minimum bond amounts for individual lease bonds and statewide lease bonds from $10,000 to $150,000 and from $25,000 to $500,000, respectively. This significant increase will tie up capital that would otherwise be put back into production and is unjustifiable, as there are only 37 orphaned oil and gas wells on BLM-managed land. These increases will impact smaller producers who can't afford to operate in the market. These additional fees will ultimately harm returns and reduce revenues to state and local governments by disincentivizing development on federal lands. When environmental extremists create rules like this that are grossly restrictive, they can hinder the development and availability of energy resources that are fundamental to human progress and prosperity. It's important to remember that energy is not just another commodity. It's the lifeblood of modern civilization. Any regulation in this domain must be evaluated through the lens of its impact on human life and prosperity. This means considering not just the environmental aspects, but also how these rules affect energy affordability, reliability, and scalability. Not in my backyard extremists have regulated states like Colorado into poverty with their reckless and extremely flawed policies. The proposed rule also introduces the idea of using preference criteria to inform the BLM's selection of lands for lease sales. BLM's rationale for this change is to avoid conflict in areas with, quote, sensitive cultural wildlife and recreational resources, end quote. I think the people who occupy these lands most, our farmers, our ranchers, our energy producers, understand the land better than BLM agents in Washington, D.C. in some concrete building, or maybe even working remotely still from their homes. These are stewards of our lands, and they do a darn good job at it. But this means that the BLM field office could avoid leasing in all areas with endangered or threatened species, critical habitat, or nearby recreation areas, a move that would greatly limit leasing on federal lands. With the wars happening in the Middle East and in Europe, and with OPEC significantly lowering oil production, we cannot rely on foreign nations, especially our adversaries, to control our energy supply. This is why I introduced the Restoring American Energy Dominance Act to terminate this proposed rule and protect American energy producers. America makes the cleanest energy in the world. American innovation, in particular, fracking, has allowed America to be the global leader in reducing emissions since the year 2000. We need to stop buying oil and gas from Russia, stop begging Venezuela and Iran, our adversaries, to produce energy for us. We need to start producing more energy responsibly right here in the United States of America. Rather than begging OPEC, let's bring back the American roughneck. American energy security is paramount for any nation's economic stability and national security. When we produce our own energy, we control our destiny. We're not at the mercy of international politics, conflicts, or the whims of foreign governments that may not always have our best interests at heart. Remember, energy is the industry that powers every other industry. The more control we have over our energy sources, the more competitive and secure our economy is. The concept of American energy dominance is not only desirable, it's essential for both national security and global human flourishing. We could literally be exporting freedom around the globe. Relying on countries like Russia and others for energy is problematic, not just from a security standpoint, but also from a moral one. Many of these countries have questionable human rights records, to put it mildly. By producing our own energy, we're not just securing our future, we're also not indirectly supporting or enabling regimes that do not align with our values of freedom and human rights. In essence, producing energy in America is about taking control of our future, ensuring our economic stability, and standing by our principles. It's about ensuring that we can continue to innovate, grow, flourish without being beholden to anyone. And frankly, given our vast resources and technological capabilities, there's no good reason not to. I would like to thank Chairman Westerman and the committee for working with me on this bill to rein in Joe Biden's out-of-control rogue bureaucrats. I urge my colleagues to support my bill to stop BLM's proposed regulations before they increase energy costs and threaten American energy production even further. American jobs and our national security depend on us taking a stand against this regime. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Minnesota reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm so relieved to hear my colleagues from across the aisle continue to talk about national security concerns. You know, it makes me question why they want to support isolationist values. And if we are so concerned about Russia and our adversaries, then why are we not voting on a supplemental to help Ukraine? So with that, I would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Congresswoman Porter.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, our country needs energy to flourish, and Democrats know that this means authorizing energy projects. But if we're going to authorize energy projects, then we need to require any energy developer, including big oil, to fully cover the costs of cleanup and reclamation of their extraction. H.R. 6009 negates that principle, which I feel strongly about as a single mom, of cleaning up your messes, and instead gives big oil carte blanche to drill with little or no regulation. With this bill, Republicans are endeavoring to undo all of my work and the work of my colleagues to hold big oil accountable and to protect taxpayers. Last Congress, my bill to protect public lands and recover taxpayer dollars by raising the federal royalty rate for oil and gas extraction was passed into law. Since 1920, Big Oil had paid the same 12.5% royalty rate for the extraction of minerals on public lands, which was considerably lower than rates charged by states. This allowed Big Oil to exploit our public resources and pay the American taxpayers pennies. My bill ended this corporate giveaway to Big Oil and made sure the American people would get fair benefits for our public lands. I also had a bill that would increase, for the first time in 60 years, the amount of money big oil would put down to promise to clean up its oil wells. And last year, that reform was included in the Bureau of Land Management's onshore oil and gas proposed rule. Previously, the bond amount that big oil paid covered just a fraction of their cleanup costs, leaving taxpayers to foot the bill. Oil and gas companies have abandoned thousands of wells nationwide without undertaking reclamation efforts to make those polluted areas environmentally safe. Actions that could now cost all of us as taxpayers up to $333 million. My bill, for the first time in decades, put big oil on notice. You pollute, you pay. And my proposal had popular support, including across the West, home to much extraction. 91% of Western voters want oil and gas companies, not taxpayers, to pay for cleaning up and reclaiming public lands after drilling. But Republicans don't care about protecting the American people from environmental and economic harm. They would rather prop up big oil's profits and exploit the American taxpayer, upending real progress to finally hold big oil accountable. H.R. 6009 would prevent the Biden administration from implementing the Bureau of Land Management's oil and gas rule. It would bar current and future administrations from increasing bonding requirements or implementing other fiscal reforms to protect taxpayers. It also prevents any administration from future updates to the federal royalty rate. It is hypocritical that Republicans who drape themselves in the mantle of lowering taxes during campaign time stand here today advocating for a bill that would force taxpayers to pay for sweetheart deals to big oil that boost their profits even further. But, my Republican colleagues, you all have the opportunity to prove me wrong. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the Natural Resources Committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. And that amendment would prevent H.R. 6009 from going into effect until the Comptroller General for the United States certified that this bill would, in fact, result in reduced energy costs for American consumers and would not result in increased record profits for the oil and gas industry. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
And to my colleagues across the aisle, I ask, do you have the bravery to show that you are not beholden to big oil's bidding and will stand up for consumers and taxpayers to lower costs? This vote will show where your allegiance is. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, the Biden administration told Congress just last summer that there are only 37 orphan wells on BLM lands and that they've called in bonds only 4 times per year over the last decade. This number is low because the BLM has a process for dealing with at-risk wells. There are very few, if any, federal leases that don't have multiple companies with multiple record title interests and working interests. Multiple companies may have equities in the leases and will sell those equities to other companies that want to develop at different depths, for example. BLM maintains the full chain of ownership. If BLM identifies a well on a lease at risk for abandonment, the agency will go to the companies in that chain of ownership and require them to take care of the well. Increasing bonds at these levels will also have a disproportionate impact on the small producers and the small businesses, and therefore it could actually result in more bankruptcies and thus more orphan wells. You know, crushing small businesses and limiting production on federal lands, which is what this regulation would do, would simply reduce production, driving up prices for American families and driving down revenues paid to states and the federal government. Federal onshore and oil and gas production brought in roughly $7.7 billion in revenue in fiscal year 23 alone. That's almost 6 times more than the BLM's entire fiscal year budget. We have the opportunity to help the American people who are struggling under this administration's policies and their procedures. The time is now. The American people are hurting with their energy prices. Inflation still on the rise, CPI almost 20%. This is real for the blue-collar working Americans. The energy policies, Mr. Chair, of this president have been devastating to the middle and lower class. And I'll repeat that, devastating to the middle and lower class. I have the privilege of representing Minnesota's 8th Congressional District. It's the oldest and poorest congressional district in our great state. I hear it every single day about the cost of energy. We can change it, and this is our opportunity. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, so much to fact check and so little time. My colleagues have mentioned bonding proposals, but the BLM's bonding proposal would help ensure that oil and gas foot the bill for cleaning up their messes, not the American people. By requiring them to post adequate bond money before they drill, we can help avoid them shirking that duty later on by selling off their exhausted wells to shell companies and similar tactics. But my colleagues across the aisle have said that this proposal is unnecessary. No need to post bond ahead of time. Trust big oil, they're good for it. Well, pardon me if I'm skeptical. You know, we've been hearing so much about posting bond over the last week or so. It's often the same story. A company or an individual will brag and brag about supposed wealth, but when it comes time to put that money up, suddenly they come up short. Sometimes they even have to file for bankruptcy. Many oil and gas companies operate in the same way. They benefit from resources but are afraid of regulations that would set bond amounts that ensure they actually clean up after themselves instead of skipping town. The proposed BLM rule would require fossil fuel companies to provide reasonable collateral to ensure they pay to clean up after themselves. And another fact check for you before I yield. We've heard Republicans say that bonding reform isn't needed to make sure the oil and gas company cleans up after its messes, supposedly because BLM has identified only 37 orphaned wells on federal land. Well, let's widen the lens to show the truth. An unplugged well can sit idle or even abandoned for many, many years before a federal agency seeks to enforce reclamation requirements and finally declare it officially orphaned. That process eats up valuable staff time and resources. But in that time, these unplugged wells can leak oil and gas, creating environmental and public health hazards, regardless of whether or not they've been officially deemed orphaned yet. We're talking huge numbers here. In 2019, the nonpartisan GAO identified 2,294 unplugged wells that had not been produced in over 10 years. That's 2,294 wells specifically on BLM federal lands. The oil and gas industry should pay to plug and remediate those wells, not the American people. And with that, I yield 4 minutes to the most illustrious Congressman from California, Congressman Huffman.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady who is bringing the receipts today and appreciate this conversation. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 6009, the Republicans' Polluters Over People Act 2.0. And for anyone following the work of Team Extreme, the Republican majority in the 118th Congress, you've probably figured out the pattern by now. Things like governing are really hard for Team Extreme. Funding the government, avoiding a catastrophic debt default, having an orderly legislative process so you're not continually improvising, keeping the whole world in limbo while Congress sputters. Team Extreme has failed miserably at the basics of governing, because they're too busy sowing chaos, fighting with each other, and competing for who gets the most bookings on Fox News and Newsmax. Passing serious legislation that tackles pressing issues and solves problems is definitely out of favor in this Congress. And so, I suppose to look busy for the C-SPAN audience, they give us warmed-over versions of their Polluters Over People Act every few weeks. When you can't govern and you can't legislate, this performative stuff is what you do over and over, and it is rinse, lather, and repeat with Team Extreme in this Congress. It's reminiscent, really, of how they operated when Donald Trump was president, and they had a Republican majority in both houses of Congress, and we kept hearing about Infrastructure Week every few months without any serious proposals, certainly without any serious legislation. But when Democrats took back Congress and the White House, we showed them how to do it. We delivered results, a historic bipartisan infrastructure law that is making transformative differences in communities all over America. But we've swung back now with Team Extreme back in charge here in the House, and it is the old performative playbook again. In this Congress, it's usually involving cheerleading for big oil and gas. That was H.R. 1, and that's clearly what this spin-off bill before us today is all about, political performance art for the fossil fuel industry. And since we've seen all of this several times before, and since these bills, thankfully, will go nowhere, let's just take a moment to remind those who get all their news from right-wing media that Team Extreme's entire energy narrative, that this poor fossil fuel industry is struggling under the oppressive burden of environmental regulations, that unless we provide even more financial and regulatory giveaways to this industry, America will fall behind in the competition for global energy dominance. All of this is a complete fiction. America is already the world's dominant producer of oil and gas. We are a top exporter, the top exporter of oil and gas. We are awash in oil and gas. And those poor fossil fuel companies are awash in record profits. Thanks to price gouging of American consumers, they are rolling in so much money that they're giving massive executive bonuses, dividends, they're doing stock buybacks, and of course they continue to lobby to protect their federal subsidies and to oppose climate action. This is not an industry that needs more of our help. But American consumers who are paying at the pump for all of these profits and stock buybacks do need our help. They need an alternative to the fossil fuel roller coaster and to the tyranny of the pump. They also need a planet that their children and grandchildren can live on, and so they need Congress to get serious about tackling the climate crisis and accelerating the clean energy transition. With these bills today, and frankly with all of the stunts and antics that we've seen from Team Extreme in this dysfunctional Congress, Republicans are saying they don't care about any of that. With H.R. 6009, they're trying once again to repeal parts of the historic climate actions we took in the last Congress and take us backward. They want to repeal the modest fossil fuel royalty reforms we enacted in the Inflation Reduction Act to protect taxpayers by...
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield an additional
45 seconds.
45 seconds to the gentleman from California.
I thank the gentlelady. They're trying to repeal a very modest royalty reform and claw that back. And all of this reform would do is give taxpayers a fair return on the public resources, on public land that this industry has been extracting on royalty rates that hadn't been touched for a century. Look, the reason that we increased those royalties was to finally confront the problem of fossil fuel companies with their subsidies extracting these public resources and sticking taxpayers with the bill to clean up their messes. This is not controversial. It is popular. 91% of Western voters want to see oil and gas companies, not taxpayers, paying the bill for this cleanup. So, with these performative bills, we are back at it again, a fake narrative that exalts the fossil fuel industry above everything and everyone else. I urge my colleagues to vote no and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle brought up the Inflation Reduction Act. The fact is That is law. 90% of that money goes to billion-dollar companies in subsidies. This bill we're talking about today is about small businesses. Under this administration, the average American household is paying $11,400 per year under these policies and these regulations. That is a lot of money. Mr. Chair, that may not be a lot of money for a president who has spent 53 years of his life in Washington, D.C. Just maybe he has forgot what it's like to struggle in our Midwestern states. $11,400, Mr. Chair, on average. And I just stated I represent the oldest and the poorest congressional district in the state of Minnesota. That is a lot of money for my constituents and almost every American. 53 years, President Biden has been bloviating on Capitol Hill, trying to change things and make it better. On his energy policies and his mining policies, he has failed the American people. And we all know it. We all know it. We feel it. We see it. Our pocketbooks are shrinking. Our paychecks aren't rising as fast as we want them, not keeping up with inflation. This is about small businesses. This is about not letting the unelected bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. dictate production of our natural resources. We in Congress have a responsibility to write legislation that will benefit all Americans. And today we're talking about legislation, Mr. Chair, about energy prices. There is nobody in this country that feels like this administration has reduced the cost of energy for them. $11,400, Mr. Chair. That's a lot of money for this retired police officer. That's a lot of money for my wife, who served 24 years in the military and is an Iraq war veteran. That's a lot of money for her and I and many other Americans who are trying to just feed their families and keep up and try and live the American dream. Mr. Chair, this president has failed the American people on his energy policies. And with that, I would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've sat in this chamber and I've listened to folks debate and raise concerns and problems about the legislation that's before us right now. Heard people talking about how this is extreme, about how it's a gift to oil and gas production, and how it's going to trash the environment. There's been a poster that's up over there, and I'm sad I don't have it right now, that said, "Polluters over people." Mr. Speaker, we take an oath of office to stand up for this country, to defend the Constitution. We make a commitment to represent about 700,000 people each. 700,000 people to represent their best interest. So, Mr. Speaker, if the things that my friend from California, Mr. Huffman, was saying were accurate, I would be outraged too. But the facts show a very different story. I'm from South Louisiana. When President Biden took office, you know what gasoline prices were? The lowest prices in our state were $1.74 a gallon, the day he took office. Mr. Speaker, where do you find $1.74 a gallon anywhere? If I can find $2.74, I'm going to fill up gas cans and extra. Prices are outrageous. The AAA, somebody want to call AAA a partisan organization? AAA says that the average gasoline price in America today are about $3.52 a gallon. $3.52 a gallon. This is outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. This has the biggest impact on those that can least afford it. People can't afford to fill up their vehicles, higher energy prices. They can't afford to pay utility bills. We've watched as food prices have skyrocketed, as housing prices have skyrocketed, and much of this is attributable to energy policy because everybody's got to drive. Everybody's got to air condition their homes and heat their businesses. And so what is the cause of all this? The cause of this is exactly what this administration's policies are doing. You just heard my friend from Minnesota say that the average American family is spending about $1,000 a month more now than they were when Biden took office. Okay, so everything you're hearing this administration say, my friends across the aisle talk about is this is trashing the environment. Well, let's look at the facts. The facts show that the United States, even under the Trump administration, actually led the world in reducing emissions, in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Under the Biden administration, they've gone up, not down. They're going up. What problem are you solving? You're charging people higher prices, you're more dependent upon foreign countries, and emissions are going up. You're having an adverse impact on the environment. I don't understand. So Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting. I noted that the folks that have been speaking on this bill are from California. Well, let's take a look at the performance of California. Let's take a look at the performance. Electricity rates in California are almost triple those in my home state, almost triple. Gasoline prices are approaching double. Emissions, 8th worst emissions growth in America. California, the most dependent state upon oil from the Amazon rainforest, the most dependent state upon imported energy, the least reliable grid in America. Who in the hell would want to thrust that upon their citizens? This is a complete record of failure, and yet it's the exact record that it's the exact blueprint that this administration's following. It doesn't make sense. This isn't about Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal. This is about math. It doesn't make sense. And all we're doing is we're creating a void that Iran is filling, that Russia is filling, that Venezuela is filling. Are they taking those dollars and doing things that are in America's interest? No. We've got to look at this globally. We've got to follow the math and the science. As America has led the world in reducing emissions, led the world more than the next 6 emission-reducing countries combined. And we've ceded all of this energy void to China. You know what's happened? China's increased emissions 5 tons for every 1 ton we've reduced. It doesn't make sense. I'm not asking for Republican or Democrat policies. I'm not asking for conservative or liberal. I'm simply saying let's follow the math and follow the science and do what makes sense. Folks are wondering why my price is higher. For one reason, this bill right here actually repeals higher royalty rates. Royalties are a percentage. They're not a hard dollar figure per barrel of oil or cubic foot of gas. It's a percentage. So as prices go up, so do the royalties. They've raised the percentage. People wondering why they're paying more money? So it's a percentage, yet this bill tries to come in and create a level playing field, create certainty, create economic conditions that make sense. My friends are sitting here saying, oh, big oil's profiting. They're profiting because the policies that the Biden administration is putting forth is resulting in conditions that cause prices to skyrocket. And the thing that's so frustrating is that we had evidence that this is exactly what was going to happen. During the Obama administration, exact same thing happened, and I noted in the state of California, exact same thing. I'm just asking, let's follow the math and the science. Let's support this legislation. Let's stop doing things that charge people unaffordable energy prices and trash the environment at the same time. Yield back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Recognize the gentlewoman from Minnesota. California, sorry. Didn't mean to do that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my Republican colleagues always want to bash California, and then they find ways to sneak on into the state to visit. And yes, California is bringing it today as it relates to H.R. 6009. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Mullen.
I recognize the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 6009. This bill is yet another shameless Republican handout to big oil companies. 2 years ago, House Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act, a landmark climate bill that includes reforms for taxpayers to get a fair financial return for oil and gas produced on public lands. H.R. 6009 would block hardworking American taxpayers from receiving the financial benefits in the Inflation Reduction Act. If energy dominance and independence are the true goals of this bill, let's talk about how we transition to clean energy, which is cheaper, safer, and can be produced right here in the U.S. My aforementioned home state of California consistently experiences the impacts of climate change. We know that wildfires, sea level rise, flooding, and extreme weather are dangerous and costly. In 2022 alone, extreme weather events cost the United States $165 billion in damages. Rather than jamming shameless giveaways to big oil through Congress, I invite my Republican colleagues to work with House Democrats as a unified chamber, investing in a shared vision of American prosperity and building the next generation of renewable energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Recognize the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is an easy concept for us all to understand. This really isn't about the left or the right, Democrat, Republican. Either we move forward or we move backwards. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle just talked about the Inflation Reduction Act. It was voted and put into law almost 2 years ago. So I asked the American people, has it increased your energy prices or has it lowered your energy prices? The American people know that their energy prices have skyrocketed. You know, this administration, we have many great energy producing states, including the great state of Alaska. This administration has put 54 sanctions on energy production in Alaska. That is more sanctions than this administration has put on Iran. That is unconscionable. Mr. Speaker, you know, earlier at a federal land subcommittee, there was a witness exchange. Representative Tiffany chairs it. They talked about where they're going to source their electric vehicles, their critical minerals for the vehicles, and they were talking about child slave labor. And the Democrat witness said, it's unfortunate that people are exploited around the world, but it's a reality. And he says, you know, that's a controversial issue. Child slave labor should never be controversial. We should never allow that. And this administration has gone with memorandums of understanding with the Congo, where 15 of the 19 industrial mines use child slave labor. And Mr. Chair, that's a fact. And this administration doesn't want to admit it. They want to ignore the atrocities, the human rights atrocities, to get to their so-called green agenda. That is not acceptable, Mr. Chair, when we have the mineral resource here in the United States of America. As I said earlier, we are blessed with an abundance of natural resources that we can extract using the best environmental and labor standards. Again, either we can move backwards or we can move forwards. I would submit to you that the Republicans want to move forward on energy production. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Recognize the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that we can, stay focused on the issue. we keep talking about foreign policy issues, and I think we should just then pass the supplementals to support Ukraine and our other allies, rather than supporting isolationist foreign policies that actually encourage the kinds of human rights violations that my colleague keeps talking about. I'm also very grateful that my colleague mentioned, helping the military. I have to say that Republicans voting for H.R. 6009 doesn't in fact do that, doesn't do that at all. Republicans could actually help our military personnel if they voted to support them with housing supports and making sure that our military personnel have access to quality health care, especially our female military personnel. Instead, they want to vote for tax breaks for oil and gas. And with that, I yield 4 minutes of time to the gentleman from California, another Californian, Congressman Levin.
The gentleman is recognized from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 6009, the so-called Restoring America's Energy Dominance Act. This legislation would gut critical provisions that I secured in the Inflation Reduction Act to ensure a fair return for American taxpayers as fossil fuel companies that extract on our public lands make record profits. This bill undermines the Bureau of Land Management's current proposed rule that follows common sense recommendations by the Government Accountability Office to protect taxpayers, including a change in royalty rates for the first time since they were established over a century ago. For my colleagues who care so much about fiscal responsibility, you should be aware that if this bill becomes law, the federal and state governments will lose out on billions of dollars of revenue. This bill would also allow fossil fuel companies to completely disregard their responsibility to clean up after they cease drilling operations, potentially leaving the American people on the hook for over $6 billion in cleanup costs. When oil and gas producers ignore their reclamation responsibilities, they leave their abandoned wells to contaminate our water supplies, degrade our ecosystems, and leak climate-warming methane emissions. This is personal to me. My wife and I have 2 young kids at home. As many parents know, one of the first lessons we teach our kids is to clean up after themselves when they make a mess. Why on earth would we give fossil fuel companies a free pass on this core responsibility? Additionally, this bill would prevent BLM from directing oil and gas drilling away from areas that don't have a high potential for extraction to begin with. When fossil fuel companies stockpile cheap, unproductive leases, they unnecessarily put these lands and the important wildlife habitats they support at risk of development. It can also complicate any other use for these lands when appropriate, such as renewable energy projects. H.R. 6009 would block BLM from balancing the extraction of oil and gas when the multitude of uses for our public lands, including the conservation of wildlife habitat, the preservation of landscapes sacred to indigenous peoples, and outdoor recreation opportunities, and the list goes on. My friends across the aisle will say that this bill is necessary to increase American energy independence. I have heard that, in fact, several times this afternoon. But if we really want to talk about energy independence, we must focus on the transition to cleaner, cheaper, and safer domestic renewable energy, including modernizing our electric grid and making it easier to build transmission lines. H.R. 6009 does absolutely none of that. This bill is a shameless giveaway of our public lands to big oil companies, which are raking in record profits and enjoy billions in taxpayer-funded subsidies while still charging working families high prices. It is long past time that fossil fuel companies pay their fair share and do their part to clean up after their actions. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a step back. Republicans have claimed that H.R. 1, their Polluters Over People bill, would solve all of our nation's energy problems and that it is their #1 priority for this Congress. Lately, some of them have even started saying that Senate Democrats and Leader Schumer are letting this legislation gather dust on the other side of the Capitol. So let's just fact check. I love doing it. It is false. The truth is that the do-nothing Republican House hasn't even sent H.R. 1 to the Senate. Despite passing in the House a year ago, this bill has never been transmitted to the Senate and has languished in limbo with Republican leadership, gathering dust, first on Speaker McCarthy's desk, then on nobody's desk, and now on Speaker Johnson's desk. If Republicans are so proud of their energy policies for the American people, why are they burying their landmark legislation and trying to blame Democrats? And why are we here passing sections of H.R. 1 for the second time? It's because it's all show. The do-nothing Republican House has no real solutions. Instead of taking real action to invest in a cleaner and safer energy future for every American, House Republicans are just repeating the same stale, tired arguments and passing the same washed-up bills over and over again, fully knowing that these messaging bills aren't going anywhere. The American people deserve better. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for this at this time, and we too are prepared to close.
The woman from California reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I would just like to reiterate this Republican legislation is a messaging bill that fortunately is going nowhere. House Republicans should be doing the bare minimum work this week of funding the government and keeping the lights on. Instead, they are trying to win political points with people's lives and livelihoods on the line. This legislation creates unacceptable risk, and the president should have every single tool to protect public health and the environment. I oppose this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will close. I will just say, Mr. Speaker, the American people just have to ask themselves, are they paying more or less for energy and groceries under this administration? It's clear the American people are suffering under the Biden policies. The Biden administration's proposed rule would eliminate the opportunity for the exploration of newly discovered energy-producing areas, shrink future oil and gas production even on sites where it already exists, all while drastically driving up costs for Americans. We will not stand by idly as this administration locks up our federal lands and prohibits Americans from accessing their abundant natural resources. We will support American families, jobs, communities, our economy, and our national security through safe, clean, and efficient domestic energy production. I urge all my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 6009, and I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker,
the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. There's a third reading.
A bill to require the Director of the Bureau of Land Management to withdraw the proposed rule relating to fluid mineral leases and leasing process and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of California seek recognition?
Motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Porter of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 6009 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is not agreed. The motion is not agreed to.
A recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1121 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 305, H.R. 1121, a bill to prohibit a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Levin of California moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 1121, to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The noes have it.
I demand
the motion is not agreed
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas. Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to recommit H.R. 1121 will be followed by 5 minutes votes on passage of H.R. 1121 if ordered. The motion to recommit H.R. 6009. Passage of H.R. 6009 if ordered, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote.
Do I gavel again? On this vote, the yeas are 202, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 229, the nays are 188. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on the agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 6009, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 6009, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 211, and the nays, the motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
What? For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 200. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 of the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from House Resolution 1068.
The request is granted.
Thank you.
The House will be in order. The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Order in the House.
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on National Agriculture Day to highlight bipartisan legislation I introduced with 5 of my colleagues to invest in our food and national security. The Growing Opportunities in Agriculture, or the GO Act, will improve agriculture education opportunities in our schools. Mr. Speaker, the most recent census of agriculture showed the average age of the U.S. farmer is over 58 years old, underscoring the importance of investing in programs to promote agriculture at an early age. The GO Act would create a $5 million grant program to help high schools cover the startup costs associated with agriculture education programs. Schools could apply for competitive grants to cover classroom and laboratory instruction, teacher salaries, and curriculum development. I've seen firsthand the impact agriculture education has on our communities. In my district, FFA and 4-H programs provide students with the opportunity to discover different careers across the agriculture industry. I hear directly from these students and educators how valuable these programs are and the role they play in shaping our next generation of leaders. Mr. Speaker, investing in education is the most common sense way to prepare individuals who are passionate about a career in agriculture, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a solution to the McDonald's ice cream machine problem. Angry customers have flooded social media with posts about broken machines. McDonald's even jokes about it, but it is not a joke, and it is a problem McDonald's refuses to fix. The company limits franchise owners regarding who can repair their machines and denies them the right to find local repair workers to save them time and money. Now President Biden wants to give the American small business owner more repair freedom. It's called the right to repair, and it would loosen copyright laws to permit small business owners to repair their own machines. If successful, the move would save customers and small business owners millions of dollars per year, and McDonald's customers could finally get their ice cream consistently again. It is another way President Biden is fighting for the American people and for the right to have ice cream.
Time has expired.
With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Republican majority is delivering on behalf of American families. We're fighting to tackle inflation, create jobs, defend national security, make national America energy independent again, secure the southern border, preserve our constitutional freedoms, restore the voice of the people, and more. Highlights of Republican accomplishments include passing the Secure Border Act, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the Lower Energy Costs Act, the Parents' Bill of Rights, the Condemn War Criminal Putin Kidnapping Act, the Protection of Women in Sports, No Funds for Iranian Terrorism, Born Alive Act. House Republicans will continue with the leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson to reduce inflation, create jobs, and keep American families safe. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We don't need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opened borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the life and legacy of the amazing Darylyn Rouse Davis. She was born in Corsicana, Texas, and graduated from college in Tyler, valedictorian, and made her way to Fort Worth, where she became a legend in education. But while she was in college, she joined the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and she rose over the years to the position of South Central Regional Director, which is a very prestigious position. Darylyn did so much throughout her life and activism. She helped found the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats. She was an entrepreneur, did so much. And I will tell you, one of the most amazing things that Darylyn did, and it makes me sad that she passed when she did, was when the AKAs had their annual convention in Dallas back in 2000. Darylyn was like, the AKAs are going to come and see Fort Worth too. And she pulled together 3 or 4 buses full of AKAs and brought them to the stockyards and historical black communities in Fort Worth because, as someone said, Darylyn was a doer and knew how to get things done. I give my deepest condolences to her daughter, Jefflyn, and all of her friends and family that loved her so much. Darylyn, we are going to miss you. Thank you for all of your greatness and everything that you did. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mr. Alan Burns, who is retiring after 16 years as the Executive Director on the Coastal Regional Commission. Mr. Burns obtained a B.S. in Sociology from Georgia Southern University and a Master of Science in City and Regional Planning from Clemson. He started his career in the city of Clemson as a community development specialist in 1980. He served South Carolina for 28 years, specializing in economic development and planning. For his work, he obtained numerous awards for community development statewide. In 2008, Burns became Executive Director of the Coastal Regional Commission, the CRC, where for the next 16 years he led growth of coastal Georgia. The CRC developed successful plans that improve transportation, local growth, military preparedness, and efficiency. As Mr. Burns enters retirement, I would like to thank him for all he has done for the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to advise and extend.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base is an economic engine for Wayne County and the surrounding community. Even so, there's discussion the Air Force may dissolve an entire fighter squadron at the base, consisting of 26 F-15E aircraft. Doing so would rip away about 520 jobs from Wayne County, one of the most economically distressed counties in our state, in a congressional district that ranks 422 of 441 in median income. Adding insult to injury, the potential job loss of another 6,000 jobs from a menthol ban with no plans to replace them. As a former Air Force officer who grew up working in the fields, I must admit I'm left scratching my head right now. These decisions will hamper us, a part of the state that is already struggling. I urge the administration to reconsider these positions. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Biden administration has released yet another round of extreme regulations that are going to hurt consumers and the American economy. This one is on an extreme climate regulation plan. Will mandate auto manufacturers to transition to electric vehicles, all in order to get rid of carbon dioxide, which I remind you is only 0.04% of our atmosphere. Little skinny piece right there. 0.04%. Its increase is a rounding error. So in many rural areas, like I have in Northern California, the power grid already isn't that strong. We suffer with what's called public safety power shutoffs, where when the wind blows, they shut the power off because they're afraid it might blow a tree or a branch into a power line and cause another million-acre fire from our unmanaged forests that Forest Service is not taking care of. So what do we have? People are told not to charge their EVs during peak times, yet the Biden administration is pushing forward by 2032, 67% of vehicles sold have to be electric, 46% of medium trucks have to be electric, just by a stroke of a pen. These guys are not on your side. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to adjourn the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Joe Bellman of Joliet, Illinois, who recently celebrated his 100th birthday. Making it to the century mark is an accomplishment, but it's not just about how many years you live, it's about how you live them, and Joe has packed a lot since 1924. Early in life, Joe worked on a farm, on the railroad, and on a steamboat in the Mississippi River. In 1943, Joe enlisted in the Army and served as a B-17 turret gunner during World War II, where he flew 35 combat missions. Joe became a decorated soldier and fought in a number of major battles in the European theater, including the Battle of the Bulge. 2 years after returning from the war, he married his wife Irene, and they were together for 59 years. Joe has continued to serve our communities as a labor leader and through his involvement in civic and veteran organizations and as a youth sports coach. Joe's dedication to our community has earned him many awards and honors, and he continues to inspire the younger generations. Happy birthday, Joe Bellman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Presbyterian College women's basketball team and Coach Alara Sharp. The Blue Hose, as they're known as their mascot, made history after beating the 3-seeded Radford Highlanders to claim the Big South Championship title for the first time ever. Now they're in the big dance. They play tonight, and I wish them the best of luck in their game tonight. Thank you.
Mr. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, during this Women's History Month, I rise in recognition and celebration of our Ohio colleague and esteemed friend, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge, as she retires from her cabinet position at the end of this week. We all are honored to have worked closely alongside Secretary Fudge during her tenure in Congress and her service as Secretary of one of the largest departments in the government of the United States. Her deep commitment to Northern Ohio and to our nation has been evident throughout her career, and we are all honored to call her a dear and valued friend. Her insights, her acumen have been invaluable as we sought housing and community development solutions across America. She never forgot the neighborhoods that she came from in Cleveland, nor all the rest of Ohio. Like every other American, she wants neighborhoods that are safe and vibrant. Last spring, I had the opportunity to work with Secretary Fudge again in her new role when she visited Toledo. She never forgot Toledo. And it has always been a pleasure to work with a good friend who shares our dedication to the people of America and Ohio. Mr. Speaker, I wish Secretary Fudge the very best as she leaves her role at HUD. May she and her mother enjoy many, many months and years together, no matter what role she takes on in her next chapter. I know she will never stop fighting for the people of our country and the people of Northern Ohio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
I'm grateful to be joined tonight by several of my colleagues who are doing excellent work to counter many of the misguided policy decisions made by the Biden administration that are costing American families. From pushing legislation that fights back against the Biden administration's war on energy to creating a more sustainable federal budgeting process, House Republicans are looking out for the American family and the American worker. This is Energy Week, an opportunity for us to be able to highlight 2 different philosophies. Right? And that's what you're going to hear a lot from my colleagues on, but we've also heard from other folks from the other side of the aisle that have literally put up a sign that says polluters over people. And it's clear that there are 2 different philosophies about addressing this. You can either showcase, as American energy organizations, we're going to do it better, we're going to do it cleaner than the rest of the world, and by signaling that, we're able to effectively lower costs for the American people, for American families. What they've gone through over the last 3 years with historic prices and costs in this energy world is not putting people first. That is just categorically completely disingenuous. And there's a much more productive way to address this. And we harp on this a lot, but when you indicate and you showcase, we're gonna invest, we're gonna continue to embrace our ability to lead on this and bring our allies along with us, we're able to weaken other adversaries across the world. There are so many angles to this, from national security to domestic policy. It makes so much sense. And I'm thrilled to be able to hear from many of my colleagues today on this issue. I strongly believe that winning the future will take an optimistic and a conservative approach. And we're committed to righting the wrongs of the Biden administration, and will continue to champion policies that allow American families to thrive. And with that, I would like to yield so much time as this gentleman may consume. We've got about 30 minutes for the portion that we're going to be working on. I'll yield to the distinguished colleague from the great state of South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time, and thanks for doing this special order hour on energy. You know, there is no national security without energy security. I didn't come up with that. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said that, and Americans know it. Energy is foundation to everything in American life, and Americans really take our energy for granted. They expect the lights to come on when they flip the switch. They expect the refrigerator to have a cold beverage in it. And they demand that they have affordable energy, whether it's power generation or transportation fuels, the gas and diesel fuel that they put in their cars to travel to work, to earn the income that's taxed by this government, or to go take their kids to school or attend a ball game or go to their house of worship. And they know now that they're paying more for their transportation fuels than they were before the Biden administration. They know now that they're paying higher utility rates than they were before the Biden administration. So you have to ask yourself, why? President Biden on day 1 declared war on energy. Actually, before day one, on the campaign trail, he was going to end fracking. He was going to target the fossil fuel industry, and he did. On day one, they canceled the Keystone Pipeline that would bring Canadian oil down to the refineries in the United States to be refined into all their miraculous products that come out of a barrel of oil or hydrocarbons. And it's not just gasoline and diesel fuel, but it's all sorts of miraculous projects that help you have items like these glasses and things that help make your home safer, things you utilize to make your life better. He ended oil and gas leases on federal land, both offshore and onshore. Just recently, because he was required by law to do so, they issued a 5-year drilling plan on federal lands offshore in the OCS. And they issued, in that 5-year plan, a plan that will only have 3 lease sales, the fewest lease sales on the OCS, the Outer Continental Shelf, the Gulf of Mexico, in the history of the country. And there's no leasing off the coast of Alaska. They don't want us to go after the National Petroleum Reserve, the oil and gas that's in Alaska, and a small sliver of property set aside for energy production to help Americans lower their energy cost. You know, before Biden came into office, America was a net exporter of oil. And we have so much natural gas in this country that it's immeasurable. That means we can't really tell you how much it is because it's so much. And America could be, once again, a leader of exporting oil and natural gas. Now, the Democrats are going to say that it was Putin's price hike. When gas prices went up, it was because Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. Yes, that caused some volatility in the world that affected gas prices, but gas prices and energy prices in general are already on the rise before Putin invaded Ukraine because of the Biden policies and their attack on American energy production. There are 4 things that we have to think about when we think about energy production and energy in this country. That is production. Let's produce the resources that we have in oil and gas, in the Marcellus Shale and the Permian Basin and off the coast of Alaska and onshore in Alaska and on other federal lands and in the Gulf of Mexico and anywhere we can find those resources, let's produce those. But then you have to deliver those resources, and that's where pipelines come in. Pipelines deliver resources in the safest mode and manner, whether it's liquid fuel or gas, than any other mode of transportation of those resources. Produce those resources, deliver those resources either to the refinery to be refined into the miraculous products that we have in oil and gasoline, but then utilize those resources to produce that electricity that we talked about a minute ago that Americans expect. We don't have intermittent power here in this country. They do in South Africa, and they do in many places in Europe, where at certain times during the day, the power is not on. It goes off. They have a brownout and a blackout. But the Democrats' policies are doing away with reliable, dispatchable energy, such as oil and gas and natural gas-fired generators, moving more toward renewables. And I don't know a Republican on our side of the aisle that doesn't like renewable energy. I like the fact that we can harness the sun and harness the wind and create energy. I think it's groovy. But I also know that in South Carolina, we have renewables. We have solar generation in South Carolina. Guess what? It starts at 0 every day. But when the sun comes up, it starts generating power. And guess what? The sun goes down, it goes back to 0. It starts at 0 and ends at 0 every day. So at least half the day, solar isn't producing any energy. And the utilities need to provide that energy that we expect, so they need to have dispatchable energy, stuff that they can ramp up and down and draw on when it's needed. That's why natural gas-fired power plants are so important in this nation as a supplemental to the renewables, or renewables as a supplemental to the gas to save money. But we need to produce more resources here in this country. We need to deliver those through pipelines, and we have a tremendous need to build out a pipeline infrastructure in this country to send those resources to where they can be utilized by the utilities or the refineries for the products that we need. So produce and deliver and utilize. But then we have such an abundance of natural gas that we could help improve the quality of lives of folks all around the globe by exporting American-produced, cleaner-burning natural gas to help folks in Africa finally have stable, reliable electric generation. There's energy poverty in this world, and then we can help solve that through exporting cleaner-burning American-produced natural gas that burns cleaner than any other natural gas, and it definitely burns cleaner than Russian gas. So Europe, when Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, Europe looked west to the United States and said, send us your gas. Send us your LNG so that we can lessen our dependence on a foreign adversary, Russia. And actually, U.S. gas burns cleaner, so you're helping your carbon emissions as well, if you approach it from that. But because of the Biden policies, they couldn't count on the United States. We just saw a pause in LNG terminal permitting. What did they do? They looked to Norway. And Norway built a pipeline across the ocean to Poland in 1 year's time. Imagine building a pipeline in this country in 1 year's time, that length, that magnitude. So we need to export more LNG, help our friends and allies around the globe, and help American energy producers, create American jobs, and help the climate, because American gas has actually helped us lower our carbon emissions in this country. And we can continue to do that through cleaner burning natural gas and something that's dispatchable that will always be there and always be on. This is Energy Week, and we've approached a number of things. We just had a big markup on Pipeline Modernization and Safety Act, where we can actually start building out pipelines and improving pipelines that are in existing right-of-ways and providing that resource to the utilities that's much needed. But in Energy Week, we just passed a no fracking bill so that future presidents and this president can't ban fracking in this country, because fracking's actually helped our energy revolution. There's so much we can do, and I can tell you Republicans are focused on returning America to energy dominance, to lower your prices at the pump, to lower your utility bills, provide reliable, affordable, cleaner energy in this country for moms and dads and businesses so that America can be successful. And we do it starting with energy, because if we don't have low energy prices, I promise you, you're paying more at the grocery store and at other retailers, because most goods around this country are transported by something that runs on diesel fuel. And diesel fuel is a product of refining of that fossil fuel we produce here. But when diesel fuel goes up, that cost is passed on to the consumer. That's why you're paying higher prices, because the Biden administration has driven up energy prices in this country, limited our production in this country, hurt us on the global stage, because countries are going to get energy from somewhere, and they're going to get them from adversarial countries like China or Russia or Iran or Venezuela. But they can get energy from the United States. We can be a global leader again. We will be. And I look forward to the day that America reasserts its dominance in the energy sector. So I appreciate the gentleman for yielding time to me today. And we're going to continue to focus on American energy. And I yield back.
Thank you. Appreciate it. To the gentleman from South Carolina. And good energy policy is groovy. So thanks for bringing that up. I will now yield a few minutes to my colleague from California, from the 1st District of California, Mr. LaMalfa. Thank you, sir.
Thank you again, Ms. Moore. I appreciate it. You know, energy really is a cornerstone of a modern economy, a modern country. And the United States has been able to be a great innovator for so many decades on improving our lot with energy and indeed exporting civilization to the rest of the world, modernizing, making people more easily able to feed themselves, clothe themselves, withstand disaster, not have to have every heat wave or cold wave be a disastrous loss of life due to our ability to harness and produce energy that works for us. Energy independence is something just a few short years ago we were largely achieving finally under President Trump. The last 3 years, that's unraveled. So that independence, along with our food security, is indeed what makes us strong and we can withstand outside threats. So those two items really go hand in hand. I wish President Biden would realize that and not have the cabal behind him that is doing everything it can to unwind all the progress, all the good things that have been made in recent decades to make our country so strong previously. We need to have decisive action to renew our economic vitality instead of more damage. So instead of supporting our farmers and ensuring a stable food supply, it appears agriculture and its industry of feeding our nation has turned into a partisan issue somehow, leaving farmers and ranchers to fend for themselves in an increasingly hostile business and regulatory atmosphere. Cost of inputs. Just a couple years ago, we saw the cost of fertilizer triple, the cost of fuel triple. In my real life, I'm a farmer at home, saw it firsthand. And that has to be passed along. Otherwise, there's no longer a farmer there to produce those items if they do not make at least some level of profit. So as we work through these challenges to the ag sector, hopefully with a farm bill here that we can get heard next month and passed along to the Senate, we need to understand the far-reaching implications of Biden anti-American energy policies, because that ties right back in. Agriculture in this country is really dependent on a good source of energy, diesel for our tractors and trucks, and the ability to dry and process our products with electricity that's readily available at reasonable prices. So what do we get out of this lately? A brand new push for more electric vehicles, a stroke of the pen by the President and his administration. We're going to be forced, if these things stand in just 8 short years, that the fleet will have to be 2/3 electric of our cars and pickups and about 46% on more medium-duty trucks, just by a whim. And so what are we finding? That our electricity supply already in this country is sometimes in peril. Like in my home district, I was mentioning earlier that sometimes the power gets shut off in Northern California because the wind blows, and maybe they're afraid that a tree or a branch will blow into a power line and cause an outage and a massive forest fire like we see. So how are you supposed to charge your vehicle at night when they have a 2 or 3 day power shutoff? But even more so, we're going backwards on energy production. They're tearing out the dams on the Klamath River that make CO2-free, reliable 24/7 hydroelectric power. And instead, they want more solar panels. They want more windmills. Windmills are extremely inefficient for the amount of energy and effort it takes to put one up versus what their output is. Solar, it's fine and dandy, but it's only a tiny percent the niche of production currently in this country. We need the mainstays. We need hydroelectric. We need to expand nuclear power, because that's a good, again, 24/7 baseload power supply. A small plant can produce a massive amount of power. You don't need thousands of acres of solar field covering up good land like they're trying to do even in the San Joaquin Valley, or some of those productive farmland in the world right there in Central California. Their big idea is to have solar farms, cover up this good land instead with concentrated power plants that you have with nuclear, hydro, yes, natural gas, and the other forms. And I want to talk about, too, biomass. We don't get to talk about that a lot around here. Our forests are already way undermanaged, way too much material out there in them. We need to take more biomass and put it to work in power plants on a controlled basis. That's a 24/7 fuel also. Baseload power, it's available. Don't have to rely on the wind to blow or the sun to come up or the clouds to blow away or the rain to stop. You have the ability to run that 24/7 whenever you want. And putting this forest products to work means it's not going to be out there burning in the woods. You're going to have a much 99.9% cleaner output burning that material in a power plant. And one of the other side effects of ignoring our forests and the dead trees is that they give off they're still going to give off the carbon dioxide as a tree decays. So you could either control it in a power plant more efficiently or have it just released out there. A tree grows, it dies, it gives off the CO2 it absorbed. But also, one of the byproducts not talked about much is there's methane gas that is released from a decomposing tree or other plant matter. Now we'll talk about methane gas being much, much more volatile in the upper atmosphere than CO2 by many fold. So why don't we take this methane gas that's contained in this dead tree and put it into this power plant and actually make it be a plus on making energy and control that and not release it to the atmosphere? We need to talk more about that, because that is a highlight that hasn't been exposed much as what good forestry means to the energy grid and also to cleaning up the forests, making them less fire prone with all that ash, all that particulate matter that gets into the air and fogs out hundreds of square miles of a region there with really foul air. So the pluses on biomass just outstrip any of the negatives, other than it's not cheap to move the material. And that's something we need to assess. Forest Service is going to have to do more with their lands. And this is a way of harnessing power to the good. It means jobs in those communities. It means safer, healthier forests. It means electricity you can depend on 24/7 with what's burned in those power plants. So we see so many implications of high cost of energy with groceries, with what it means for normal families. And this doesn't have to be happening. These high costs of electricity, fuel do not need to be happening to the American people. We need the Biden administration to go in the right direction, help farmers, help ranchers, help consumers, help the producers of energy to actually produce in this country and not rely on imports from somewhere else. So let's get cracking on that and do the right thing. Thank you for the time. I yield back.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman from California, especially as he brings up some of the forestry issues. Massive amounts of invasive, very noxious trees, juniper trees, things like that that could be put to much better use, saving water at the same time, replacing that with a more productive forest option. Those type of solutions exist out there, and we are working hard to identify that and actually do a productive job instead of just allowing for the rhetoric to exist with regards to this energy narrative. Again, thank you to the gentleman from California. I will now yield a few minutes to my good friend and colleague from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Mr. Klein.
I thank the gentleman for scheduling the special order and for taking the lead on addressing the challenges that are facing us with regard to the Biden energy policy and in addition to a number of other areas where the Biden administration is doing so much to harm the average American family. At this critical juncture in our country's history, when our country is facing enormous challenges, it's becoming increasingly clear that President Biden and his administration are firmly unwilling to confront the stark realities of our nation's fiscal path. Instead, the path we're on is marked by reckless, unnecessary spending and failed energy and economic policies, a direct result of years of out-of-control spending by Biden and the left. This trajectory has not only jeopardized our economy, but also significantly increased the daily costs burdening the American people, and not just with regard to their energy cost. Just look at the tax and spend budget released by the Biden White House last week. Now, we've all heard the promises that folks earning less than $400,000 won't see their taxes go up. But what we're actually seeing with inflation hidden in this budget is a hidden tax hitting every American. Biden wants to increase federal spending by $325 billion right away on day one, pushing our national spending to over $86 trillion over the next decade. This means higher prices for everyday things, making life harder for all hardworking Americans. As March Madness begins, President Biden's budget talks a good game about fighting inflation, but his plan does the opposite. It's small ball, set to make things more expensive for families across the country. And here's the technical. Even with massive tax increases, his budget doesn't balance, ever. It'll keep adding to our national debt. Plans to spend $7.3 trillion in just 1 year and pushing our debt up to $45 trillion by 2034. And to cover this spending spree, the president is pitching $4.9 trillion in new taxes, not just on the rich, on every American. In stark contrast, I proudly stand here today to commend my Budget Committee colleagues and my colleagues in the Republican Study Committee in releasing and approving balanced budgets for fiscal year 2025, weeks ahead of Biden's too little, too late proposal. The budget approved by the House Budget Committee and the budget approved by the Republican Study Committee are testaments to the House's commitment to rein in unsustainable spending and get our nation back on track. Compared to Biden's budget, our budgets propose no new taxes, balance the budget, and spend trillions less throughout the budget window. For far too long, House Republicans have been sounding the alarm bells over the looming fiscal cliff that our nation, on which our nation is facing. The RSC budget plan put forth and the House Budget Committee budget are a roadmap to restoring fiscal responsibility and ensuring the prosperity of future generations. It's not surprising to see the release of Biden's budget, which can only be described as a compilation of left-wing fantasies filled with wasteful spending that will undoubtedly add trillions more to the already $34 trillion debt burdening our country. This is not the future that Americans deserve, nor is it a legacy that we should ever leave behind for our children and grandchildren. The American people demand, and rightly deserve, a budget plan that protects them from the looming debt disaster, and I'm proud to highlight House Republicans' efforts to work toward delivering budgets that exemplify fiscal responsibility. The House budget plan and the RSC budget are not just plans filled with numbers and forecasts. They're pledges to the American people to reinstate the fiscal sanity our country needs. We can either continue down the path of fiscal irresponsibility, saddling our nation with debt and economic instability, or we can choose a new direction, one of prudence, accountability, and prosperity. I urge my colleagues to support the fiscally responsible budgets proposed by the House Republican Budget Committee and the Republican Study Committee, and I urge leadership to bring both to the floor for a vote alongside the false hopes of the Biden budget. Thank the gentleman again, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Virginia. I sit on the same committee. One of those opportunities, we call it the reverse the curse, the budget resolution that, I do my best to show my constituents this is the hope that we have, that we didn't get here overnight, but we can build back towards fiscal responsibility, building a 10-year balanced budget, and finding all those opportunities to extract waste out of our system so we can thrive and operate. So again, thank you to the gentleman for calling out all those differences, and appreciate it. Now to my good friend from the greatest state. We call it the great state of Utah, but we both know that it's the greatest state, to share some of his thoughts for this important week. I yield a few minutes to the good rep from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6009, the Restoring America's Energy Dominance Act, and H.R. 1121, Protecting America's Energy Production Act. Just a few years ago, American energy was booming. We were energy independent, creating more than we used for the first time since the 1940s. We moved the government out of the way for hardworking Americans and watched as domestic production, net exports, and energy innovation exploded. In Utah, the impact was incredible. The price to go on a road trip, to heat our family's home, to run an AC in the summer were all at records low. On President Biden's first day in office, he teamed up with his most radical wing of his party and waged a war on American energy. Day one, he killed the Keystone XL pipeline. Already under construction with over 1,500 workers, it was projected by 2021 to provide approximately 11,000 jobs. This was thousands of real middle-class union jobs, approximately $800 million in wages. But President Biden wasn't finished. He then paused all liquefied natural gas exports and spent so much on the Democrats' Green New Deal pipe dream that inflation has for years ravaged every sector of our economy. Again, Utahns felt the impact. Today, we're spending 33% more in heat to heat our homes and 40% more to fill up our tanks as we did in 2021. The American people are tired of paying for the president's war on American energy. 1 year ago, the People's House passed H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, to begin reversing President Biden's misguided energy agenda. This week, we'll continue to fight by passing legislation to boost American energy production and cut green project slush funds and lower the cost for families. We know how to make this work because we've done it before. I urge the American people and I urge the President and my colleagues across the aisle to join us in delivering an affordable, clean, and reliable energy for every American. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Utah. Appreciate his sentiments on this important week of Energy Week. And just these solutions can be very common sense, and we hope to be able to kind of beat that drum continually. For our last speaker tonight, we get the pleasure of hearing from a representative from the great state of Tennessee. And with that, I yield time to a man of congenial disposition, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's $7.3 trillion budget proposal for fiscal year 2025 is full of costly, woke policies that will end up hurting the Americans who elected us to office. Here's some of the things he wants. $895 billion for defense. It comes as no secret in the history of audits that our Pentagon has never passed an audit. And how did we punish them this last budgetary cycle? $20 billion more dollars. Of course, that's $9 billion more for defense than we spent this year. $8 billion for the American Climate Corps. We're not sure what that is. $3 billion for the State Department to advance gender equity and equality worldwide. Worldwide, Mr. Speaker, President Trump asked for $4 billion to help secure the border, and we said he couldn't have it. because, as our friends across the aisle said, that would bust the budget. $1.5 billion for the Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. There's so much more, but we don't have all day to go over every item. President Biden also claims this budget would lower the deficit. We all know that's a lie. But think about how that happens. If he is spending more money and lowering the deficit, it means he plans to significantly increase the government's revenue. How does he do that? By taking more taxes. His plan would raise taxes by nearly $5 trillion. And of course, he claims no one making less than $400,000 per year will pay more taxes. But we have seen what this promise has done so far in the past. If he's making companies pay more in taxes, these companies, of course, need to make up for the lost profit. So they charge us more for gas, food, energy, and other essentials we use every day. To put it better, Mr. Speaker, companies collect taxes. That's what they do. Corporations collect taxes, and they pass it on to us. Even if Americans don't pay more in taxes, they will pay for this plan somehow. If we don't do them any good unless they want to get one of these new government jobs that will focus on climate change or diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. We'll wrap up here with just a brief. We have the pleasure of having, as I started my remarks tonight about how this affects a family, I have the pleasure of having one of those families here today in the gallery, sort of watching the debate go on. That is our focus. That is what we are completely focused on. This is not some nonsensical argument about polluters over people. That's just disingenuous. The U.S. has made incredible gains. In my home state of Utah, air quality is one of our most important aspects. And we've been able to continue to experience strong growth, but maintain and even lessen the impact that we have on particles per million, Tier 3 gasoline. If you embrace and you create opportunities for innovation, you can actually do better. You can actually engage allies better. We can be a net exporter. We can create a stronger America. Just look at and you lower prices. And our entire focus here is to make sure that families have an opportunity to thrive. And we put so much burden with the unnecessary cost from Biden's energy policies on the backs of the American worker and the American family. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time for this special order. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Thank you. Tonight, I'll be joined by a number of my colleagues to talk about the illegal alien invasion at our southern border and how it is victimizing our citizens. Last month, a grievous event tragically reminded the American people that every state is a border state. On February the 22nd, Laken Riley, pictured here, a 22-year-old nursing student was murdered by an illegal alien in Athens, Georgia, on the campus of the University of Georgia. Laken's murderer was an illegal alien who should never, ever, ever have even been here. He illegally entered El Paso, Texas in September of 2022 and was then released into the country via President Biden's significantly expanded parole program, an expansion that is illegitimate. He then took a young, beautiful life, Laken's life, in a brutal and violent way. Laken's father, John, described her as an amazing daughter, sister, friend, who was selfless and considerate of others, with a laugh that was infectious and lit up the room. He also highlighted her faith to me and noted that her love for the Lord guided her steps and shaped the ways she lived her life. Folks, Laken should be alive today, running, laughing with her friends, studying for nursing school, and spending time with her parents and siblings. But she is not. and this tragedy was completely avoidable. Her murderer is a dangerous criminal alien who took advantage of weak and bad Biden administration border policies. This horrific story has truly shaken our state and our entire nation, and for good reason. Laken's young life and bright future were cut short at the hands of an illegal alien. Her murder was 100% preventable because her murderer should never have ever been in our country, yet radical, dangerous policies failed both her and her family. Athens-Clarke County, the county where I have my business, the county where in the community I have lived for 30 years, the county where as a Navy officer I taught when the Navy Supply Corps School was in Athens-Clarke County. This county is one of 4 sanctuary cities in the Peach State. This sanctuary jurisdiction undoubtedly incentivized illegal immigration, putting families, small businesses, and students in greater danger. Yet Athens Democrat mayor shamelessly claimed that there is no connection between crime and immigration. This is a flat-out lie, but it's a lie the mayor would rather tell than admit the truth, that his own policies played a role in Laken's murder. But the buck doesn't stop with the failed leadership in Athens-Clarke County. This goes all the way to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. As a candidate, Joe Biden instructed illegals to, quote, surge the border. And as president, he has ignored immigration law, destroyed our border security, and incentivized illegal immigration. Notably, Secretary Mayorkas has unabashedly carried out the president's marching orders, willfully establishing a wide-open border agenda that has violated our laws and emboldened dangerous criminals like Laken Riley's murderer to illegally enter the United States. Once aliens from across the world accept Biden's invitation, they are immediately released into our communities. In fact, Laken's murderer was released into the country due to the president's abuse of parole authority, which the Biden administration has weaponized to funnel millions of illegal aliens into the United States. For now, 3 years, these open border policies have been in effect. The result has been the Biden administration's intentional illegal invasion. According to recent estimates, nearly 7.3 million illegal aliens have entered the country under the Biden administration's watch, a number greater than the individual population of 36 states. That's a stunning and unsustainable figure. Clearly, we need to do more than secure the southern border. It's imperative that we also deport every solitary illegal alien who accepted the Biden administration's invitation to enter and reside in our nation unlawfully. If we do not deport them, more Americans will suffer the tragic consequences of President Biden's open border policies. The list of victims extend far beyond Laken Riley. In fact, a 32-year-old illegal alien was recently arrested for sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl in Virginia. Another illegal alien was recently charged with first and second-degree murder for a shooting that killed a 2-year-old child and injured his mother in Maryland. In Louisiana, an illegal alien was recently arrested for a series of violent crimes, including raping a 14-year-old girl at knife point and stabbing a man multiple times while robbing him. And in Massachusetts, an illegal Haitian immigrant was recently charged with raping a 15-year-old girl in a hotel that housed asylum seekers. Now let's go back a couple years. Well, honestly, what I just said happened for just the last few weeks, and yet the Biden administration has done nothing. But let's go back a year or so. In July of 2022, Kayla Hamilton, an American, was sexually assaulted and murdered in Maryland by a 16-year-old alien, an MS-13 gang member from El Salvador, who was allowed to enter the U.S. through the Unaccompanied Alien Program. This 16-year-old illegal alien was initially apprehended by Border Patrol in Texas on March 23, 2022, and then referred to the Office of Refugee Resettlement. According to the alien, members of his family paid $4,000 to a guide who smuggled them to the southwest border. On May the 3rd, 2022, the Office of Refugee Resettlement placed the alien with a sponsor, his alleged first cousin in Maryland. As revealed in his case file, the alien had been arrested by police in El Salvador on January 21, 2020, for illicit association with the MS-13 gang. The illegal aliens case file also included information from law enforcement officials dated August of 22, noting that the alien had tattoos affiliated with gang activity. So how did he get here? Through the Biden administration's abuse and weaponization of the immigrant parole program. This 16-year-old murderer should never, ever have been allowed in this country. How many times do I need to say that? How many more Americans have to be murdered or raped or assaulted by an illegal alien for the president to act? How many more Americans have to be killed by fentanyl? How many more innocent Americans have to suffer? Right now, the president has the executive authority, the power to do everything, yet he continues to do nothing, because this is all by design. So it's up to Congress to stop this madness by using our leverage, the power of the purse, to force the White House to do the right thing for the American people. Yet Republican leadership has failed to do so. 2 weeks ago, this body passed the first half of the Swamps Omnibus. And while this horrendous backroom negotiated bill had many flaws, one thing stood out to me more than the rest. My policy rider to defund sanctuary jurisdictions like Athens-Clarke County, where Laken Riley was murdered, was removed from the bill. It was surrendered by our leadership. Yet the bill passed under suspension with more Democrat votes supporting it than Republicans. But 132 Republicans still voted for it. They voted to keep funding sanctuary cities. Americans are sick and tired of all talk and no action. Members continue messaging against the border crisis, then turn around and fund the Biden administration's policies that are creating this madness. If we are going to truly secure the border and deport every illegal alien residing in our great nation, then we have to fight. We need more Republicans willing to fight for the American people, and I hope to see more of my colleagues join the fight when we consider the second piece of this half omnibus, which includes funding for the Department of Homeland Security later this week. Despite still not having the bill text, we have a pretty good idea that this massive government funding package fails to secure our southern border. Key border security provisions were surrendered. Yet leadership is touting more resources, such as more detention beds for ICE, as a win. I disagree. Simply adding more resources without actually changing the Biden administration's open border policies allows President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas to simply process and release more illegal aliens into the country. We don't need more Border Patrol agents that will simply be used as processing clerks. Let me be clear. Any Republican who votes for the swamp's second spending package and that doesn't secure our border owns the border crisis just as much as President Biden. I'm proud to have several of my colleagues here tonight to condemn President Biden's intentional illegal invasion, as well as to discuss the power that Congress has to put a stop to this crisis. And now I would like to yield to my friend from Arizona, Congressman Biggs.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It's my pleasure to join him in this special order to talk about one of the most important existential crises that we face in the country today, and that is our border crisis. Let's rephrase that. It is the Biden border crisis. So you have 9 sectors along the southwest border, each one 100 to 150 miles wide, and they cover many tens of thousands of miles into the interior. The Tucson sector, which is now the hot spot, in the last 5 months has had more than 312,000 encounters. In that small area, you have more than 2,000 a day who are being interdicted. And those are the people who surrender. It might be at one of the most remote border areas on the southwest border on the Tohono O'odham Reservation at the San Miguel Gate. It might be in Lukeville, where, if you were paying attention, Bill Maluzhin sent us to the world video footage of just a few days ago where the cartels had cut a hole in the fence and dozens of illegal aliens were coming in through that hole. That's what's happening. What's the numbers? That's the numbers. The numbers reach into the millions every year. And that doesn't include the gotaways, both known and unknown. What's the countries that they're coming from? I remember well being down in Yuma and 25 men of military age. And I said, "Where are you from?" "Well, we're from Russia." So we get the Russian interpreter on the phone, those of us from Congress. Then they said, no, we're from Ukraine. We actually happen to have access to a Ukrainian interpreter. Then they said, oh, well, actually, we really are from Russia. I've met them from Mali, Mauritania, Guinea, Burkina Faso. Every country, 180 countries are represented in that pool of people coming into our country illegally. What's the results? My good friend from Georgia has given you a litany of people who have been basically injured, killed, maimed, robbed, raped by people who've come across this country illegally. And if you were to hear the left tell you, they'll say, oh, wait a second. You're saying everybody coming across. You're stigmatizing everyone. No, we're not stigmatizing everyone. What I'm telling you is, if these people weren't here, who aren't supposed to be here, none of this would have happened. I have friends who have lost children killed by illegal aliens. And what do Americans think of this? What do Americans think of this? 85% of them said this is the most important issue. And the left, what do? On their little TV shows that few people watch, they laugh. They laugh that anyone would say that that is an issue in Virginia or in Georgia or in Montana or anywhere, because they simply don't care about American life. So, I join Representative Clyde in calling upon my colleagues, the Republican colleagues, to understand that we have got to demand enforcement from this regime. And the way you get it is you actually leverage spending. That's what the founders gave us. I call on my colleagues to leverage this minibus, this DHS-CR, to make sure we get enforcement. And I also call upon the Speaker to bring up our border security bills every day. Bring up one every day. Let's vote on one every day. Let's give these guys an opportunity to show that they really care about the border. Mr. Chairman, and I yield back now to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Clyde. Thank you.
Thank you to my friend from Arizona for those inspiring words, and I agree with you. Absolutely, we need to bring up our border legislation every solitary week. And now I'd like to yield to my great friend from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
I thank my colleague, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the disaster at our southern border. Mr. Speaker, it's unspeakable, the grief that's been brought upon the American people in the past 3 years, strictly by policy change. You have the exact same 1,954 miles of border that we had under President Trump. You have the same equipment, the same men, the same women. We're spending more money. We spent $20 billion more last year than we did 3 years ago. It's not about money, not about men or equipment. There's no enhanced desire by the cartels to make money. They traffic human beings and drugs. They've been doing it quite successfully for a long time. But we had backed the cartels up very effectively by the time we hit 2019 and 2020 under the Trump administration, under Trump policies. And President Biden, once inaugurated, immediately began flipping those policies. This is what has happened. This is why you've had 12 million illegal crossings in 3 years. This is why you have 300,000 Americans dead from opioids smuggled into our country across the southern border in the past 3 years. Number one cause of death for Americans 18 to 45 years old. We've never had that in the history of our country. Is drug poisoning. Our sovereignty is disintegrated at the southern border. And this body, the People's House, acted last year. We passed H.R. 2, the strongest border security measure in the history of Congress, was passed in May of last year with Republican votes and delivered to the Senate. There it gathers dust. It's what we demand of our colleagues in the Senate that are run by the Democrat Party. What we demand of a Democrat-controlled White House is a clean vote on H.R. 2, the border security bill that was passed by the People's House in May of last year, delivered to the Senate in May of last year. We demand a clean vote. Let America see, where does the Senate stand on border security? H.R. 2 is the answer for the crisis that we face, the heartache, wave upon wave of human misery that our nation has suffered for the last 3 years at the southern border. I appreciate this opportunity to address this ongoing disaster, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Thank you to the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding. Those are strong words, and those are correct words. And now I'd like to yield to my good friend from Texas, Representative Chip Roy.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. I appreciate him getting this time on the floor for us to address such a pressing matter as the national security of the United States and the well-being of her citizens. And the truth of the matter is, the national security of the United States and the well-being of her citizens in terms of safety and security is not well. We are in danger in our country, on our streets, in our homes, from people who are being let into the United States under the not just misguided, but purposeful policies of radical progressive Democrats led by Joe Biden and as exemplified by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this body and in the Senate, purposely releasing people in the United States they know to be a danger to our people. They are using parole policies and asylum policies that we put in place out of the goodness of our heart to help people around the world. They are using those very narrow exceptions to the rules to secure our border to release thousands of people without vetting them or, frankly, without even caring into the United States. And the result has been the murder, death, rape, assault of American citizens. My friend from Georgia mentions Laken Riley. I hate to politicize one family's devastation in their last month. She has obviously gained notoriety and caught the attention of the American people, but there are hundreds, thousands of examples of devastated families, whether you're talking about from fentanyl poisoning, whether you're talking about the absolute disaster that is a mom in Texas finding her cheerleader daughter dead in the bathtub in her own home when she went to go see her perform cheerleading in Texas. That happened in December. Where's the bill named after Lisbeth, right? Where's the bill named after Kayla Hamilton, who was raped and murdered in her own home right here in Maryland, just up the road from here at the nation's capital? What about the 2-year-old who was murdered in Montgomery County, Maryland, just outside of the nation's capital by somebody let out on mass parole by radical, progressive Democrats who don't give a rip about our nation's security or the well-being of our citizens? Because that's the truth. But there is a worse truth, in my opinion. In the face of the observable endangerment of the American people by radical progressive Democrats, Republicans who campaign against it are going to fund tomorrow or the next day or whenever they decide to jam us with a bill that we have not yet read. They are going to fund Republican colleagues who will spend this year campaigning against open borders and campaigning against the destruction of the lives of Americans at the hands of open borders led by Democrats. I want to be very clear. It is led and being carried out by radical progressive Democrats. But my Republican colleagues will campaign against it, yet tomorrow they will fund it. Tomorrow or Friday or Saturday, whenever we get the bill, we haven't seen it yet, they will spend $1.2 trillion funding defense, which, by the way, is woke, funding state and foreign operations, which, by the way, includes the United Nations and the World Health Organization, funding all manners of programs that are not good for this country, but notably the Department of Homeland Security carrying out these mass paroles, carrying out these mass asylums, carrying out the release of people into the United States, issuing memoranda saying that ICE should not actually pull these people up and then deport them from the United States. We will be funding that. Now, not all of us. My friend from Georgia, my friend from Virginia who's joined us, my friend from Louisiana who spoke a minute ago, we won't vote for it. Republicans could stop it. We could stop it. We are choosing, some are choosing not to. Why? Why? I think that's a question that should be asked. When Republicans hold the House chamber, why would they take the power of the purse and provide funding, hundreds of billions of dollars? Why would they give this administration funding to carry out policies that release dangerous criminals onto the streets of the United States, including the known dangerous Venezuelan gang member, a prison gang member released into this country who killed Laken Riley? Or the drug lord found in my own district in New Braunfels just last week on the terrorist watch list, or the most dangerous watch list for the FBI, 10 most wanted, found in New Braunfels, Texas, which I represent, take my family to all the time. This drug lord was just found and arrested. This administration is endangering you, America. My Democratic colleagues are all too happy to do it. But my Republican colleagues are all too happy to campaign against it and then not do a dang thing about it when they write the check to fund it. Not one Republican should vote to fund this atrocity. Not one Republican. And I would debate any Republican who wants to come to the floor right now and debate me on it. You know what? Not one of them will. Not one Republican will take me up on debating the issue of using the power of the purse to fund the endangerment of the American people. Yield back to my friend from Georgia.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Roy. Thank you for your work in the fight to secure our border. And now I'd like to yield as much time as he will consume to my good friend from Virginia, Representative Bob Good.
Thank you to my friend, Mr. Clyde from Georgia, and from my friend from Texas, Mr. Roy, for speaking so effectively on this issue. You know, we cannot talk enough about the border. In my district, we just did a survey asking my constituents what is the most important issue, what is the number one issue facing the country, and it was overwhelming the southern border. They realize that is hundreds of miles from them geographically, but it's coming home to them in my very district in Bedford and Campbell counties, just outside greater Lynchburg, what are otherwise as peaceful and as safe places to live as any place in the country, both of whom who have recently had sexual assaults committed by illegal aliens allowed into this country. Wait, let me check myself. Helped into this country, purposefully helped into this country by this president and his open border policies. And it gets worse every day. We've spoken many times, and we need to continue to speak about Laken Riley, the young lady from your area of Georgia, brutally murdered by an illegal alien, helped into this country by this president's open border policies. And this administration, to what lengths will it go to keep the borders open? They're fighting the very state of Texas, who is trying to secure their own border, trying to defend their own citizens, and the administration is literally suing and fighting and challenging them and prohibiting them from securing their border and defending their citizens and trying to keep them safe. And then just in the last couple of days, we have a Lebanese illegal who worked for Hezbollah for 7 years, who thankfully was apprehended and said that he was coming to go to New York City to make a bomb. How many like that individual might be among the 2 million gotaways? Not the 8 million who come and surrender to Border Patrol to take advantage of the generous Biden policies, the free housing, the free travel, the free health care, the free social services, the free education, and all the rest. The ones who surrender because the Biden administration takes them in with open arms at taxpayer expense, provides them with benefits that American citizens do not receive, make sure, by the way, that they have their Second Amendment rights in place, as we saw in the state of Illinois just recently. But then there's the 2 million who don't want that and actually pay the cartels more to evade apprehension, to evade encounter with Border Patrol, because these are the criminals. These are the gang members. These are the traffickers of drugs and children and sex trafficking and the ones with the criminal backgrounds. How many more among that 2 million are like that individual from Lebanon, the Hezbollah member who said he wanted to go to New York to make a bomb? And then what's going to happen this Friday? We think it's going to be Friday. We don't have bill text yet. We're going to vote, not myself and my friend from Georgia, but we're going to vote to fund this government, to give this administration billions of dollars more to continue facilitating this very border evasion that we've talked about for these past 3 years. We even heard in a meeting of our own Republican conference this morning that some of our members didn't care when we got the bill text. They didn't care if it was 72 minutes, they said, or 72 hours. They were going to vote for it anyway, irrespective of what the contents might be. They didn't care what it was in it. They didn't care how that estimated $1.2 trillion was going to be spent. They didn't care what the policies were going to be. They just wanted it passed by Friday, I guess so they could go home, I guess so they could go to their fundraisers. And yet we're going to fund this government and these policies that we campaign against. You know, I don't need 72 hours to vote no against a bad bill that doesn't have the policies, doesn't reverse the Biden, Pelosi, Schumer policies under which the American people are suffering. I don't need 72 hours to evaluate that and vote no. But if I was going to vote yes, like some of my colleagues, I might want to actually have 72 hours to know what policies I was owning and that I was responsible for funding before I cast my yes vote. And the last thing I'll just say to my good friend from Georgia, why should we not attach H.R. 2, border security bill? Why, if we're going to fund Chuck Schumer's spending bill, Joe Biden's spending bill, with the policies that we stand against and the spending levels that are $60 billion higher this year, why not at least attach border security to it, H.R. 2, and demand that the Democrats choose between shutting down the border or them choosing to shut down the government because they don't care about the border invasion? And I thank Mr. Clyde for the time, and I yield back to my friend from Georgia.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I applaud your efforts to stop President Biden's illegal invasion. And you're right, we need to attach H.R. 2, the border security bill, to this particular funding legislation. I want to now thank all my colleagues who participated tonight in this special order. We can and we must do more in the fight to protect Americans from Joe Biden's open border policies. The most powerful way we can do this is through the power of the purse. We have an opportunity to take a stand against the Biden administration's intentional illegal invasion through the funding fight, and I urge my colleagues to do so. Otherwise, more avoidable tragedies like Laken Riley's murder will continue to devastate our nation, and we will create more victims of our citizens. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. On March 20th, 2024, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in open session and adopted, by a vote of 53 yeas to 2 nays, 2 resolutions included in the General Services Administration's Capital Investment and Leasing Programs with a quorum present. The committee continues to work to reduce the cost of federal property and leases. The 2 resolutions considered for leased space will result in $35 million in savings from avoided lease cost. I have enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on March 20th, 2024. Signed sincerely, Sam Graves, Chairman, Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Sorry, I wasn't. For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for a 1-hour debate.